Good morning again. My name is Elaine Gardner, and I'm an attorney at the Disability Rights Office of the Federal Communications Commission. I would like to introduce to you Greg Kleibach, the Chief of the Disability Rights Office, and our first speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this summit at the Federal Communications Commission. I'm Greg Kleibach. I am Chief of the Disability Rights Office here under the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. Today, we are making history with the first ever summit on the telecommunications needs of people with cognitive and intellectual disabilities. I am honored to be here among the brilliant minds in this room to discuss creative ways forward and ways that we can take action to ensure that people with cognitive and intellectual disabilities can optimize their use of telecommunications services and products as essential tools for their everyday lives. Today's event is part of the Commission's long-standing commitment to ensure that people with disabilities have full access to telecommunications. Under the Chairman's leadership, the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau and the Disability Rights Office have implemented several initiatives designed to promote access for people with disabilities. Among those is the establishment of a new federal advisory committee earlier this year, the Disability Advisory Committee, also called the DAC or DAC. DAC's role is to provide advice and recommendation to the Commission on a wide array of disability issues, which fall within the FCC's jurisdiction, and to keep the Commission apprised of current issues involving people with disabilities. Therefore, it is fitting that the DAC sponsor today's summit. We will look to you all to apprise the Commission on the current issues facing people with cognitive disabilities and your advice on what steps we need to take to resolve those issues. I would like to highlight a couple more examples of the Chairman's tremendous leadership and support on disability issues, such as promoting employment for persons with intellectual disabilities and the establishment of the FCC's ASL Consumer Support Line. Over the course of this Chairman's tenure, the Commission has employed 5 staff members with intellectual disabilities who have become essential contributors across the Commission in a number of different capacities. These employees have proven to be truly significant in terms of the work that they contribute to the mission of the FCC. The Commission has also been working with several other federal agencies in promoting employment opportunities for persons with intellectual disabilities, and we are seeing great progress in this area. Another initiative that the FCC has undertaken is the ASL Consumer Support Line, which is a direct video communication service allowing deaf and hard of hearing people who communicate in American Sign Language to reach out directly to the FCC with their inquiries, looking for information, or to file complaints with the Commission. This was established in June of 2014, and we are the first federal agency to offer this type of service. We have also seen a tremendous improvement in customer satisfaction through using this direct video communication service because our deaf and hard of hearing constituents are able to communicate in their native language in the same way that you can see me using my native language today, rather than relying on an interpreter as you are, in terms of the voice that you're hearing right now. We're talking about a system wherein there is no voice interpretation needed. The deaf constituent is engaging in a point-to-point video call between themselves and an employee at the commission, who in this case happens to be deaf and is fluent in American Sign Language. They're able to get answers to their questions on the spot. The length of time it takes to resolve a call has drastically reduced, and 2 out of 3 calls are being resolved on the spot, rather than having those calls routed through the traditional system, which is what we've had done through relay service. It's provide an incredible opportunity for people who are deaf and hard of hearing, and we are also suggesting that others take that similar approach and implement a similar type of system for people with cognitive and intellectual disabilities. Today, I am very much looking forward to being a part of this exciting and important summit and all of the significant work that we are going to do and accomplish at this, the beginning of a lot of hard work to be done for people with intellectual and cognitive disabilities. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, your expertise with us. And before I turn over the floor to Dr. Michael Waymeyer as our opening speaker, I want to take a brief moment to recognize the Commission staff whose hard work has helped to make this summit a reality for us today. First, I would like to recognize Elaine Gardner, who is currently sitting up at the front of the room here, who has done a lot of work. Also Cheryl King, Susie Rosen-Singleton, and Solita Griffith. Would you mind standing up, everyone? That way we can recognize you. Oh, and I'm sorry, also Sharita Kennedy. Thank you. We've also had the support of our colleagues from the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division, CAOD, here at the Commission. I appreciate their help as well. I also want to thank Karen Pelt-Strauss for her support and leadership. She is our Bureau's Deputy Chief. Karen, if you wouldn't mind standing. And Allison Cutler is the Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. I believe she will be joining us shortly this morning. With that said, I look forward to a full, long day, a lot of action that we expect to take place today. Thank you, and I will turn it over now to Elaine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Michael Waymeyer from the University of Kansas.
Thank you. Good morning. I too would like to extend my thanks and congratulations to Elaine and all of the staff who made this come to fruition. I think it is an important event that can help catalyze change and to continue the efforts and the progress that we have seen and to begin to make up ground with regard to what we want to achieve. And so my role this morning, I'm actually pinch hitting for my colleague, Dr. Shay Tanis at the University of Colorado's Coleman Institute on Cognitive Disabilities this morning, who couldn't be here, in providing some overarching thoughts about this Cognitive Disability Summit and why it's an important event at a critical time. So let me begin by stating the obvious. And that is that we live in a time when access to technology is not simply a convenience. Today, technology use permeates virtually every dimension of the human experience: physical, social, emotional, spiritual, occupational, the full range of what it means to participate in society, to be a citizen, to live full, rich lives. In fact, access to usable, affordable technology has become a gatekeeper. to employment, to independent living, and to life satisfaction for all of us, including people with disabilities. And it is, of course, critical in achieving the goals of our nation with regard to disability policy and supporting people with disabilities. The findings from Congress for the Americans with Disabilities Act, for example, of course, for which we celebrate the 25th anniversary this year, state that the nation's proper goals regarding individuals with disabilities are to assure equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. If you go to the findings from Congress from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the 40th anniversary of which we celebrate later this fall, it states that improving educational results for children with disabilities is an essential element of our national policy of ensuring equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency for individuals with disabilities. And not to belabor the point, but the findings from Congress for the Vocational Rehabilitation Act state that the goals of the nation properly include the goal of providing individuals with disabilities with the tools necessary to make informed choices and decisions and to achieve equality of opportunity, full inclusion, and integration in society, employment, independent living, and economic and social self-sufficiency. You get the point. Among those tools are, of course, access to affordable, usable technology. The clearly articulated goals of the nation are to assure equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency for citizens with disabilities. Now, let me also point out what will be far too obvious for most of you here. Acknowledging the progress of the past decades, and there has been significant progress, and recognizing the innovative initiatives that Greg Hilbach talked about, and that many of you in this room and in the audience outside of this room are engaged in, we are, in fact, far from achieving the goals articulated in our national policy. The Kessler Foundation National Organization on Disability Harris Poll of 2010, titled The ADA 20 Years Later, provides the latest in a series of such polls, which began in 1986. And frankly, the conclusions are sobering. The executive summary states that, quote, while there has been modest improvement among a few indicators, the general trend of the measures is that 20 years after the passage of the ADA, there has yet to be significant progress in many areas. Consider what the following Harris Poll findings suggest with regard to equal opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency and social self-sufficiency. Among all working age people with disabilities, only 21% said that they were employed full or part-time, compared to 59% of working age people without disabilities. People with disabilities are more than twice as likely as people without disabilities to report that they have a household income of $15,000 or less, 34% compared to 15%. People with disabilities are less likely to go to restaurants at least twice a month than are people with disabilities, 48% versus 75%. Significant majorities of people with and without disabilities indicate that they socialize with friends, family, or neighbors at least twice a month. However, people with disabilities appear to socialize less often than people without disabilities, 79% to 90%. People with disabilities are much less likely to say that they are very satisfied with life in general than are people without disabilities, 34% to 61%, a difference of 27 percentage points. Now, as discouraging as these findings are for people with disabilities in general, they are even more so for people with cognitive disabilities. According to the Coleman Institute on Cognitive Disabilities, an estimated 28.5 million Americans, more than 9% of the U.S. population, had a cognitive disability in 2012, including people with intellectual disability, severe persistent mental illness, brain injury, stroke, and dementia. A survey of people with intellectual disability conducted by the ARC of the United States in the same year, 2010, that the Harris poll was conducted, found that 85% of people with intellectual disability were not employed at all, and only 10% were employed in a regular job in the community or were self-employed. A 2012 survey by Cornell University found that only 11.4% of working age people with cognitive disabilities were engaged in full-time employment, and that 34.4% of working age people ages 21 to 64 with cognitive disabilities were living at or below the poverty rate for the U.S., the highest percentage of any of the disability groups in that survey. It's not much better with regard to the goal of independent living. Among all state-operated living supports examined in a 2013 report by the Rehab and Research Training Center on Independent Living at the University of Minnesota, only 25.3% of more than 2,400 such settings around the nation were for 3 or fewer residents, while 29% had 16 or more residents. So let me turn away from the sobering statistics and the things that we know we have yet to work on to the role of technology in supporting the goals of the nation for full participation, economic and social self-sufficiency, and independent living as it pertains to people with cognitive disabilities. Over the past 20 years, our research team has conducted 2 national surveys of the use of technology across multiple domains of life by people with intellectual disability. In both surveys, we found that with the exception of the area of mobility supports, the percentage of people who did not have or use technology, but who reported that they would benefit or needed such technology, exceeded the percentage of people with intellectual disability who were currently using technology. In other words, in 4 out of 5 life domains, there were more people who needed and would benefit from technology but didn't have it than there were people who had and used such technology. Exacerbating this problem is that even when people with intellectual disability do have access to technology, it is often not designed with users with cognitive disabilities in mind. We conducted a review of 426 studies of the use of technology by people with cognitive disabilities to determine the degree to which that most basic of thing, the incorporation of principles of universal design, were present in the technology being used. In all the universal design feature areas, except for the area of flexible use, fewer than 10% of the studies reported that the device embodied that universal design feature, and for flexible use, it was still only 26%. So the technology that people, if they have access to technology, it is almost overwhelmingly inaccessible to them. So, of course, that is in large measure why we are here today. And as all of you here know, Section 255 and Section 251A2 of the Communications Act, as amended in 1996, require manufacturers of telecommunications equipment and providers of telecommunications services to ensure that such equipment and services are accessible to and usable by persons with disabilities, if readily achievable. These amendments are intended to ensure that people with disabilities will have access to a broad range of products and services such as telephones, cell phones, pagers, call waiting, operator services, many things that were previously inaccessible to many people with disabilities, but through the efforts of this agency have become less so. The fact is, I think it's important to note that for people with cognitive disabilities, the potential of technology is not just that it might improve the quality of their lives. It is that technology may, in fact, be part of the solution to enable people to create lives of quality in the first place. Now, in conjunction with the release of the Coleman Institute on Cognitive Disabilities Declaration of the Rights of People with Cognitive Disabilities to Technology and Information Access, about which I'll talk more in just a second, my colleague Carrie Sjogren and I edited a special issue of the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities journal, Inclusion, on the newly emerging field of applied cognitive technologies. and identified initial waves of research and development associated with this field, as including a number of promising issues and technologies that could be used to address the issues I've raised. The first wave of this field emphasized research and development involving prompting and cueing technologies to assist in memory and organization functions, literacy supports and universal design for learning incorporated into all sorts of technology supports, socio-behavioral, adaptive behavior, and independent living supports, communication technologies, including email, and monitoring technologies. The second wave of emphasis built on that first wave of research and development to extend efforts toward wayfinding and navigational supports, smart homes and smart technology, including remote monitoring devices, voice communication technologies, mobile phones, smartphones, the use of multimedia and web accessibility. A third wave of research and development, still emerging, focuses on some of the following: cloud and app-based technologies, social media and social networks, self-determination and personal autonomy supports, including photo voice, survey and life planning tools, remote monitoring that is not invasive, technology that is participation-based, mobile digital image communication applications, health-related technologies, and context-aware and location-based learning. So I think the good news is that we have a foundation for taking the next step to ensure cognitive access. And this summit is an important event to catalyze such action. Across the course of the day, we're going to hear presentations and engage in discussions that, in essence, ask us how we can harness the power of technology to achieve the nation's goals of equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency for people with cognitive disabilities. This summit comes, I think, at a precipitous time. I've mentioned that as a nation, we're marking the 25th anniversary of the ADA and the 40th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And part of what we're asking as we celebrate the impact of these landmark civil rights acts is what needs to be done to further achieve the vision established by both acts. Further, the summit comes at the same time that the aforementioned Coleman Institute on Cognitive Disabilities Declaration of the Rights of People with Cognitive Disabilities to Technology, Information, and Access is gaining momentum. If you've not done so, I encourage you to go to the Coleman Institute at the University of Colorado website, learn more about the declaration. It lays out issues pertaining to the importance of and limited access to technology for and by people with cognitive disabilities, and urges implementation of the rights of people with cognitive disabilities to technology and information access with deliberate speed. And importantly, the President's Committee for People with Intellectual Disabilities report, Leveling the Playing Field, Improving Technology Access and Design for People with Intellectual Disabilities, was submitted to the President a couple of weeks ago and was released to the public yesterday. The goals of this report are to increase the cognitive accessibility of technology that is part of the fabric of everyday lives and to strengthen federal policies to ensure that people with intellectual disability and other cognitive disabilities have equal access to everyday technology, and to increase the availability, quality, and affordability of cognitive support technologies through policies, practices, development, and research. And so, without further ado, we look forward to a day of useful information and fruitful conversations leading us to the next steps in ensuring that citizens with cognitive disabilities achieve the outcomes of full participation, social and economic self-sufficiency, and community inclusion that are desired by people with disabilities and by the nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Waymeyer. The Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities has been so important in this field, and we really, really appreciate your words. Next, we're going to start with our first panel. So if the panelists and the moderator can come up, this is the panel on communication technologies for independent living. and thank you and welcome to all of you.
Okay. Oh. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Of course.
This is Elaine Gardner again. I just would like to make two other announcements. We have expo presentations over on the right side of this room. During the break at 11:50, we're going to welcome all of you to go to the booths and to talk to the expo participants and learn a little bit about their products. So at 11:50, we'll have a break for that. Also, I wanted people who might be viewing this through the live streaming on the FCC website to know that you are able to send questions to our panelists through live questions at fcc.gov. Thank you.
Okay, great. So our first panel today is going to discuss communication technologies for independent living. And we have a great variety of experts on our panel. So I'm going to just give brief introductions for them. We do only have an hour, and I could talk about each of them for an hour and all of their accomplishments. So I'm going to give a brief introduction. Then each of them is going to speak for a period of time. Then we want to leave the floor open for about 15 minutes for questions and answers. So we will have plenty of time at the end to do that. So please hold your questions, and if you can think of any, we would love to hear them. So to start with, our first panelist is Dr. Michael Weimer, and he is based out of the University of Kansas, and his research is focused on self-determination, positive psychology and disability, transition to adulthood, education and inclusion of people with severe disabilities, and technology used by people with cognitive disabilities. And his list of awards and recognitions could go on all day. So I will leave it there, and I will also note that everyone's bios can be found online on the listing for this event, so you can see a little bit more about them as well. Our second panelist is Julia Bascom, and she serves as the Deputy Executive Director at the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network and oversees their portfolio regarding cognitive access and accessibility and access to communication with a focus on telecommunication. She also focuses on a number of other projects on autism and developmental disabilities. And then our next panelist is Liz Weintraub, and she has a long history of self-advocacy and has held many board and advisory positions in both local and national organizations. She works for the Council on Quality and Leadership and is a faculty member of the National Leadership Consortium of Developmental Disabilities at the University of Delaware. Next, we have Matt Gerst, who is the Director of Regulatory Affairs at CTIA and works on a number of policy matters with the FCC for access for people with disabilities. And this includes serving on the Disability Advisory Committee, as well as the North American Numbering Council. And then finally, last but not least, Amy Goldman, who is the co-executive director at the Institute on Disabilities at Temple University. She is the associate professor in Temple's Department of Psychological, Organizational, and Leadership Studies in the College of Education. And her portfolio includes work on a number of state and federal programs, including I Can Connect and Pennsylvania's Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program. And I did not say anything about myself. I am the vice chair of the Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program Association, and we bring together the state equipment telecommunication distribution programs. And so I will speak briefly at the end, but I do want to give each panelist plenty of time. So Dr. Weimer is going to start for us.
Thank you, Sabrina. In the few moments I have on the panel, I wanted to elaborate on a few of the points I made just a moment ago, and then talk a little bit about the linkages between technology, access, and issues pertaining to self-determination, which is what drives our interest in these issues by and large. With colleagues from AbleLink Technologies, which is a group out of Colorado Springs who has been very visible in developing cognitively accessible technology, we've done research examining what specific features of technology design are critical to ensuring use by people with cognitive disabilities. I think perhaps most obvious for people with cognitive disabilities, but probably for everyone else in the world, is the issue of simplicity of use. But unfortunately, simplicity and technology seem too often to be incompatible. Device complexity may render an otherwise useful and important device as unusable for a person with cognitive disabilities, unless, of course, the design takes this into account from the start. Unfortunately, the trends, I think, in the market are toward greater complexity. Manufacturers add product features that distinguish their product from all other products available on the market, and pretty soon those features are found in every other model, and leading to the need to add even more features to a product. We all have experiences with this in our life. For years, I traveled with a very simple wind-up portable alarm clock because the feature-rich alarm clocks in hotel rooms were simply too complicated to figure out how to set the dadgum alarm. All I wanted to do was set it so I could get up. Further, this aspect of feature creep tends to also drive up the cost of technology, which is, as we know from multiple surveys, one of the primary barriers to technology adoption by people with cognitive disabilities. The simple digital alarm with an LED display and only 4 buttons on the top of it cost $11.99 from Amazon.com. The Sony iPhone iPod clock radio speaker dock with CD player costs $599.99. Fortunately, in the realm of clock technology, the digital LED alarm clock remains widely available. But that's simply not true in many areas of technology. The more complex technology becomes the only available option. Another aspect of simplicity is intuitiveness, that a person is able to operate the device without a lot of previous experience. And we found that this is particularly important with people with cognitive disabilities who many times are, in fact, first-time users of technology that other audiences may have used. It doesn't take much searching to find examples of how unintuitive many technology systems or devices are. I'll pick on cell phones here. We've been searching, my wife and I, for a cognitively accessible phone for an elderly family member. And even those simple flip phones confuse her, in part because of a lack of intuitiveness. I can explain to her that she starts the phone, she turns it on by holding down the end button every day, and she still doesn't remember that when we get to the next day. How hard is it to put a start button on a device and to label it as start, right? Another side effect, really, of complexity is the need to have extensive memory abilities to operate or even to initiate system and device activities. There are lots of examples. We had a young woman in our university department who one of her jobs was to do a lot of the copying at the department. And then the university adopted this copier that I think might actually fly. It's a feature I haven't figured out how to use, but, it's got everything, and yet it almost immediately rendered her job performance as being very limited. It was, frankly, it limited my capacity to use a copier, very limited. We see this and of course password use is one of the very visible examples of this. My wife works in IT. She has to maintain an encrypted Excel sheet that lists her passwords so she can remember what they are. I thought, well, that's a clever idea. I'll do the same thing. I tried it, and then I forgot the password to the encrypted file. So I have this nifty encrypted file, but still don't know what my passwords are. So whether it's remembering one's passwords or the sometime extensive sequence of events that needed to begin to operate a system, or the complexity of device operation continues to be a limiting factor of the use by people with cognitive disabilities. And then one last feature I'll emphasize in terms of designs that promote use by people with cognitive disabilities involves tolerance for error. Too many devices have a one strike and you're out policy. One error and you're off into some realm of having to reboot or to lose everything you've done, and you're unable to use the device. So for people with cognitive disabilities who may be inexperienced technology users and prone to making errors, this adds yet another barrier to using technology to improve their lives. Now, as I mentioned, and I'll wrap up, our interest in examining the features that make technology accessible to people with cognitive disabilities stems from our work in promoting and enhancing the self-determination of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Self-determination, as we've framed it, refers to making things happen in your life as opposed to somebody else doing things for you and to you all of the time. And our research has shown what I think should be very intuitive. There is something very different about relying on a technology device, your smartphone or some other device, for prompting or reminders or scheduling or navigation when compared to having to rely on another person to do that for and to you. Technology, and even the simplest of technologies, are empowering and enhance self-determination. We've done a number of studies that show that. So, the promise of the cloud and the Internet of Everything is hugely significant for people with cognitive disabilities to achieve much more in regard to independent living options, employment, any of those things we talk about, but only to the degree that access to these are through simple, intuitive, flexible, and affordable devices and interfaces.
Thank you.
Hello? Is this close enough? There we go. I am currently modeling all the ways mobile technology can be useful for people with cognitive disabilities. I have all my notes on my phone. So I think all of us could probably talk for the full hour. Oh, there we go. For the full hour. But I'm going to talk very specifically in my 5 minutes about the role of social media in the lives of people with social communication disabilities, particularly the autistic community. I think one of the rarely appreciated things about social media is the sheer potential it has for people with communication disabilities. And it seems somewhat obvious. It's written, so it doesn't matter whether or not you talk. You have multiple modes of expression. You can use words, you can use pictures, you can use emojis now. You can use videos. It's not real time, so you can take as long as you need to sequence your thoughts. You can put up a picture and then come back later and add words once you figured out what you want to say about that. Often, depending on the way you're accessing it, you also have spell check and other similar supports to help you get your message across. For people with social disabilities in particular, social media somewhat counterintuitively seems to simplify a lot of those interactions and processes. There's no body language, there's no tone, there are no nonverbal cues. It's not in real time, so you can take as long as you need. No one cares if you type a message and then get up and, jump around the room a few times and then come back. And this has created, at least in the autistic community, a whole new way of communicating, building community, and self-expression. The autistic community started organizing about 20 years ago now, and that organization was largely driven through social media and also other telecommunication technologies that don't rely on speech, such as email, text messaging, and so on and so forth. It's leveled the playing field in a very important way. we're also seeing some really innovative uses of social media to support other cognitive functions. I think a lot of people have familiarity, at least in this room, of the different apps and technology, some of which Michael was talking about and some of which I know the rest of the panelists are going to cover, that can support someone in terms of memory or executive function, community integration and participation, decision making, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people, however, don't realize that disabled people are also creating those solutions independently, often on social media. There was a really good story, I think about a year ago, about a man with a traumatic brain injury that was causing memory loss who was using his Twitter to document his life. So he could look back and see, a week ago I found out that I like sushi, maybe I should go order sushi again. This is something that we've observed happening in communities of people with cognitive disabilities quite a bit. Someone who can't remember, what they ate at lunch might take a picture of their lunch and put it on Instagram, and no one necessarily realizes that they're doing that for an accessibility reason. It's been incredibly powerful, but we know that people are still being left out. We still see that in social media, disability inclusion and access are typically afterthoughts or things that get tacked on, as opposed to fundamental parts of the design from the beginning. I know universal design is not a unique or new concept to the people in this room, but we still don't see that making the impact it needs to on the part of developers. There's also a curb cut effect. I think it's important to remember, and I know that everyone's going to speak to this today, but that what we design for someone with a cognitive disability has impacts far beyond the IDD community. I think Michael had some really good examples around the impact on people who are aging. We should also be thinking about this in terms of people who aren't native English speakers or people who are low literacy, and obviously there's some overlap in various areas. There's also an overlap of accessibility needs, which can be very convenient. So a lot of people in the autistic community and other people with a variety of communication disabilities benefit from closed captioning. I made sure to sit where I could see the closed captions for today. And so accommodations designed for one population will transfer often across other populations. At the same time, and I think there's a panel almost explicitly about this later this afternoon, we know we're leaving people out. The autistic community has benefited hugely from the communication opportunities afforded by social media, but that success has been enjoyed mainly by people who are able to access the internet independently. We know that there's a large population of people who are living in supervised or more restrictive living situations, or who have low literacy and don't necessarily have the supports and assistive technology needed to access these platforms, who are being left out. And we need to be thinking very deliberately about how we make sure that everyone in the disability community makes it into the 21st century. Those would be my main points. I think I talked a little fast, but I'm fine to go on if Liz wants to.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. First, before I begin, I would like to thank Chairman Wheeler and the staff for putting this summit together and supporting the making sure the technology helps people with disabilities. Also, one of the things that Sabina missed, and maybe it wasn't in my bio, but I work for the association as well as the council. I work for the Association for University Centers and Disabilities, and that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Through my job, I work in the policy arena in my job at AUCD, and we develop. When I got there, I really felt that that people didn't understand about policy, and because policy is not accessible to people with disability. And I really believe that if you want people to advocate for people's rights and our rights, then we need to understand about what's going on in the policy and you're leaving out a very important part of the community. And so with AUCD help and support, I developed a video called Tuesdays with Liz. It's on YouTube, on our channel, a UCD channel, and then people post it on Facebook. And I make sure the policy and the news of the day that relate to people with disabilities are in language that anyone can understand. And it's been around since January, and it has taken off like flies. And people have posted it on Facebook. People have told me the ASAN community has told me that they post it on their website and their social media sites on a weekly basis to help people. And it has just reached a larger audience for them. And I interviewed Amy, who's one of our other panelists, in the summer about the Technology Act and helping people get technology in the summer. And I interviewed her so therefore people could understand what's going on. The other website I think that is really worth mentioning is Self-Advocacy Online that come out the University of Minnesota. It's a group of self-advocates where they share our stories. We share our stories because I have been part of that. And that's reaching a lot of people. And you can go onto the website and people talk about the R word. Do people know what I mean by the R word? Okay. People talk about the R word, and people talk about what does community mean to them. People have talked about whatever, and that relate to self-advocacy. So those are the two websites that I wanted to share with you today, and thank you again.
Great. Well, my name is Matt Gerst. I'm with CTIA, the Wireless Association, and thank you to the Commission for inviting CTIA to participate in this summit. For those of you who don't know, CTIA is a trade association for the wireless ecosystem. Our members include the national wireless carriers, regional carriers, as well as equipment manufacturers of the handsets and all the incredible technologies that we use on a daily basis, that we take with us everywhere, that has really become ingrained in our world. Accessibility is a priority for our industry. We believe the wireless industry leads the market in offering all consumers, including people with disabilities, incredible choices among services and products to meet their unique needs. I'm glad to come here to tell you our story on that, but I'm also glad to come here just to learn from you. Despite all of our efforts on accessibility, I think addressing the needs, particularly the accessibility needs of the cognitive disability community, is a significant challenge for us. So I appreciate the opportunity to come here to bring back information to our member companies, the information that I'm learning here and also that I learned at the Coleman Institute a couple weeks ago. So before we get there, I want to take a little bit of time to talk about our story. We are a industry of over 355 million active wireless subscriptions in the United States. 41% of households have cut the cord, meaning they are wireless only, and 16% are wireless mostly. So we are a nation that is mobile and wireless. And we understand that the use and access to mobile technologies for the general population of people with disabilities is also on par with the general population based on information that we learned from the wireless RERC. So we know that people with disabilities are equally using wireless technologies. And we're using wireless devices and services more and more every day. In fact, the average smartphone user checks their handset 150 times per day. Is that all? No judgment if you're exceeding that. It is an average, okay? Even more exciting, though, is how the wireless industry we know today through our smartphones is quickly changing as we integrate wireless technologies everywhere. And I mean everywhere: work, home, doctors, school, public safety, government programs. Everywhere wireless technology is being integrated and revolutionizing these services. It's the Internet of Things era. So throughout the wireless industry, we're advancing accessibility by designing products and services in consultation with people with disabilities as well. And an exciting development for people with cognitive disabilities is the fact that in the smartphone era, we have a consistent user experience across different devices through centralized platforms like Google Android, Apple iOS, or the Windows mobile ecosystem. But you then have the ability to actually customize that experience to meet your particular needs. I think the terms that were mentioned before about simple, intuitive, flexible are things that the industry is constantly striving for to make those things happen for people with disabilities, particularly people with cognitive disabilities, and we're doing some of those things. For example, we can customize how we interact with a phone by enlarging or minimizing the number of applications that you might see on your home screen. You can set the time for how long we take to interact with a device before the screen locks. And you can add applications, and there are increasingly hundreds of thousands, millions of applications that can suit or meet your unique needs. So for people with cognitive disabilities, the ability to have that consistent yet customizable experience in this environment opens up incredible opportunities for communications, learning, and participation. Of course, regulations require our members to consider the accessibility of communication services and equipment. But the wireless industry has also gone above and beyond those requirements to address accessibility. For example, as the Commission well knows, and I mention all the time, accesswireless.org is our flagship. It is the first stop to find information about accessible wireless products and services. Accesswireless.org offers the ability to search for handsets based only on the accessibility features, directly linked to our members' accessibility web pages to get information directly from the service providers or equipment manufacturers, as well as offering tips and guides to help people with disabilities and older adults use wireless to meet their needs. We do have information on the website for people with cognitive disabilities, but we need to beef that up. That needs to be enhanced, and we need to hear from you so we know what information that we need to add to that section of the website. So I hope you take an opportunity to take a look at that, get in contact with me, and make sure that we are communicating and getting the information out about the ways that our devices and services are meeting the needs of people with cognitive disabilities. So that's where I'll end my remarks here, because despite all of these efforts, I think we recognize that we need to learn more about the needs of people with cognitive disabilities. We appreciate that the FCC has recognized this and scheduled today's summit. And I think we've already learned a lot. I've certainly learned a lot that I'm going to be taking back to our member companies, and I look forward to learning more today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As per the introduction, my name is Amy Goldman, and the Institute on Disabilities at Temple is the University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities, and I'm really proud that there's good representation from what we call the UCEDs today, as well as our membership organization, AUCD. Also, one of the other programs in our portfolio is the Assistive Technology Act. And again, if you don't know the AT Act program in your state, you can go to ataporg.org, ATAP as in Peter, org.org, and find your state's AT Act program. So the Assistive Technology Act programs, which are now housed in the Administration on Community Living, have a mandate to help people access and acquire assistive technology. I'm going to talk today, give you some stories, some people to keep in mind as we go through the day, talking about people who face communication and telecommunications challenges and the importance of telecommunication and communication in their lives. So I am a speech-language pathologist by background and training. So my stories are of people whose speech is not always effective or functional for them. These are composites. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. So as I go through the stories, think about what are the communication technologies that help, how are they used, how are they funded, and I know we have a panel this afternoon about funding. So Carly is 28, and she has intellectual disabilities. She speaks, but even those who are familiar with her have a hard time understanding her accent. They only understand her about 25% of the time. So she uses a purpose-built device that produces a voice output, and those devices, thanks to terminology coined by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in 2001, are called speech generating devices, or SGDs. Her SGD enables her to participate in her part-time paid employment in her neighborhood library. Her customized SGD software can be backed up to the cloud. Updates and troubleshooting assistance are available through the internet. Carly does not have internet at home, but she works in a library, so she's able to jump on their internet when she needs help with her SGD software, or something happens and she needs to reload it. Okay, so that's Carly. Louise is 64, and she had a stroke, and as a result is left with aphasia that impacts her ability to retrieve words, to speak coherent messages. Her number one communication priority was the ability to arrange her own paratransit to get where she wants to go in the community. She uses what we call a mid-tech, purpose-built communication device and her speakerphone. She sometimes will use speech-to-speech relay, thank you. That is still an important technology today. Barry is 16 and has intellectual disabilities. His speech is totally unintelligible. Literacy, thank goodness, has been a focus of his educational program, and he is learning to text. Learning to text improves his literacy skills, as well as improving his communication with his non-disabled age peers. Sean is 23. He uses a purpose-built speech-generating device with internet access. Why is that important to Sean? While his customizable speech-generating device has a way to store vocabulary, he has a huge need for vocabulary. He has many, many things he wants to say and talk about. He can jump on the internet and find the topic that he wants to talk about. Jermaine is 34. Jermaine has intellectual disabilities and autism. Jermaine uses a tablet-based communication system with a very cool app Again, when we have people who have a lot that they want to say, navigating through their technology becomes a challenge. The app that he uses has a GPS assist to call up vocabulary specific to locations. So when he's in the kitchen, the first prediction that the app does is vocabulary related to things he would want to say in the kitchen. Obviously, he's got Wi-Fi throughout his home. Otherwise, that wonderful feature would not be enabled. The use of his communication system improves his behavior, reduces his frustration, improves his independence, and continues to grow his communication skills and abilities. Bernie is 78 and has a diagnosis of Alzheimer's. He uses a tablet app that helps him with memory, orientation, and communication. Uses an approach called visual scene displays. So instead of little separate pictures, there's actually like a photo in context. And different hotspots on the app will say different messages. So it helps both with memory, the device helps him talk about things that were important to him. When he touches the device, it talks. His family, by the way, is supported in their support of Bernie through telerehabilitation, which is, again, a critical link and use of today's technologies. So what do these people have in common? They cannot depend on natural speech, which is our lowest tech form of communication. They have been, luckily, they are unfortunately a lucky few, as we heard from Michael. They have been identified as in need of communication technologies, and they've been provided with those technologies. They use their technologies to support their independent living in the community. They use telecommunications, both telephone service, wireless, and the internet. I also want to mention that we had an interesting challenge in 2014 into 2015 through our friends at CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. They decided that these purpose-built speech-generating devices would not, in general, meet the definition of what they pay for, aka durable medical equipment. So they issued a, quote, reminder that any device with internet capability at any point in its life would not be considered fundable by them. And they mandated the purpose-built speech-generating device companies to get their equipment recertified as DME. What this would have meant is that the manufacturers and vendors would have had to go back to the drawing board and recreate 1970s technology. Over 2,000 comments were submitted to CMS in response to their proposed rule. And in 2015, CMS issued a fabulous national coverage determination recognizing that, quote, a written message or phone message from an individual lacking the ability to speak serves the same purpose in communicating with individuals not in close proximity to the patient as the generation of speech does in communicating with individuals who are in close proximity to the patient. So as a result, CMS is allowing functionalities that permit phone and text communication. They do, say, remember, CMS will not pay for the service, but the capability is allowable. So just some other resources. You've heard reference to the Coleman Bill of Rights. There's, of course, many components of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that relate to the right to technology and communication. And I also wanted to mention at the site of the American Speech and Hearing Association, www.asha.org/NJC. That's the National Joint Committee on the Rights of Individuals with Severe Disabilities. They articulate all people with a disability of any extent or severity have a basic right to affect, through communication, the conditions of their existence. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much. I'm just briefly going to discuss the Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program Association. I know later we will have a panel discussing the access to the communication. However, I will just recommend that anybody who is in need of a telecommunications device to visit their local equipment distribution program. And you can do that by going to tedpa.org. And there's a list of every state program. And it does note if a state doesn't have a program. Unfortunately, there are not programs in all 50 states. For everybody here, if you would like a hard copy of that list, I do have copies with me, so you don't have to look it up. But I would recommend contacting them. I will note that not all of the programs serve all disabilities. Some of them are limited to deaf or hard of hearing or deaf, hard of hearing, and speech disabilities. However, I recommend reaching out to them because most of them do have good relationships with their local TAP programs, as Amy mentioned, and can refer you to someone who would be able to help with that communication need. I do want to open the floor for questions. Are there any questions in the room or from online at this point? Do we have someone with a mic or no? Sorry, we're going to get a mic for you guys. Oh, we found a wireless mic. It's going to come to you.
There we go. Muhammad Yusuf with Department of Transportation. The question is, in your work and research, have you seen use of these applications and apps and smartphones or social media for independent mobility, getting from point A to point B? And more importantly, what I was trying to ask is, have you looked into the use of self-driving vehicles and how travelers with cognitive disabilities would be willing to or not willing to use that?
Sorry, panelists, raise your hand and you can start talking, but just to turn your mic on. Yeah, it'll go on when you raise your hand. Someone will turn it on.
In the PCID report, the Presiding Committee on People with Intellectual Disability that Michael referred to that just was released, there is a video that was made by the ARC of Northern Virginia for a person with, I'm not sure the type of disability he had, but he could follow from the metro system where he lived to where he works by by directions on the app, and they said put the card in the machine and all that. So look for that.
Over the years, there's been, as the technology changes, the research has a hard time keeping up with it. Those of you who do research in this knows that, I have like boxes full of old PDAs that I can't even give away now, right? So, but these wayfinding devices, now that everything you need for wayfinding is within the context of your average smartphone, I think those are, there's an emerging literature base there. And I think we've talked a little bit, Amy talked a little bit about the importance of context aware technology and technology that's part of participation, so that it's, it begins to use, GPS data to figure out where you are and to prompt you on in ways that are unique and specific. And that, of course, is only going to get better as we move through that. In terms of cognitive disability and autonomous vehicles, I've not seen any research yet, but obviously, if you talk to people around the country with cognitive disabilities, one of the primary barriers to employment is transportation, and it has the potential to mitigate that as a meaningful event. So, I would hope that there will be more examples of how autonomous vehicles and similar kinds of technologies will begin to impact the lives of people.
Liz already talked about the app that I was going to reference as well, but we also see people who benefit, who don't necessarily need the amount of queuing and sequencing that's built into some of those apps, but who do benefit from going on Google Maps and doing image previews of what the area is going to look like, or going on YouTube and looking at videos of the transit system in a given area to sort of get a feel for what to expect. I would add that I agree there's not a lot of research that's been done on self-driving vehicles. I know that our members are very excited about them, though. Yeah.
Okay. Was there another question in the back? I thought I saw a few hands.
What is a CMS position? I guess I'm directing this to Amy particularly. What is CMS position on software applications as fundable speech-generating devices, or since it's now generalized to any type of communication device, are the software applications now being regarded as the assistive technology that sits on a platform, or are they requiring that the platform and software be integrated as one unit and funded as a device?
Great question. So they will not pay for a plain, unadulterated iPad or other tablet. However, ever since 2001, they have paid for, quote, specialized software. Of course, in 2001, it went on a computer. So you can get payment for a special communication app. We do have issues both in Medicare and Medicaid. Well, in particular in Medicaid, we have an issue. You need to be a Medicaid vendor, which iTunes has no interest in becoming a Medicaid vendor. But what we are seeing third-party payment for is a package. So there are at least 3 manufacturers or vendors that I know of that buy an iPad and a case and your choice of app, bundle it, call it something else, and they have gotten third-party payment for it. The other thing, as technology has improved, we are able to lock apps, and that assuages third-party payers' fear of headlines that says, Independence, Blue Cross, Medicaid, Medicare is buying iPads for people to play Candy Crush. So does that answer your question?
I think this is a very important issue because, you have a lot. The follow-up. I mean, you sort of pushed me toward the follow-up. Is that you have a lot of independent development of applications that may be focused specifically on a disability market segment, or they may be more universally designed and desirable, let's say. And so they meet the needs of a disability market, but they meet general market needs as well. And those applications tend to be far cheaper, and they also have a lot more technical support, long-term technical support, because they have a much larger market driving them. There's all kinds of free market kinds of things that are very contrary to this notion of sort of locking in applications or locking in devices into a payment system and then putting tight constraints around it and making it impossible to get reimbursement for the disability application. So this particular question could be expanded endlessly, but you know where I'm going with this, and can you comment on these kind of issues?
Yeah, and this is also addressed in the president's the report to the president from the committee, that the line is fuzzing or non-existent between technology for people with disabilities and technology for the mainstream. The good news part of the equation is the locus of control for the technology is moving to people with disabilities themselves, and they are affordable. So again, I know there's a funding panel that'll be this afternoon, but GoFundMe, Christmas, birthdays, used equipment. You can get a Gen 2 iPad pretty inexpensively, and it still has almost all the functionality of an Air. So that's the good side of the equation. Now, clearly in the Assistive Technology Act, since its first iteration in 1988, assistive technology was defined as any item that helps a person with a disability do something they couldn't otherwise do. The general population, funders think that AT is only something that is specialized. So we do have those challenges. We do have challenges even, for example, in my state, in the Medicaid waivers. Until this year, they had explicit language that said even a waiver will not pay for an iPad. And a waiver is supposed to be the sort of stopgap. If regular Medicaid won't pay for it, look to the waiver if it is necessary for habilitation and independence. So I think some things are changing. Again, there will be, I think, an overall resistance to fund things that are generally useful to the general population. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. We do see there are some third-party payers that are like, let me see, if we approve this $750 package of a tablet and an app, the person will go there instead of coming to us for a $5,500 dedicated device. So there are a few I know of in Western Pennsylvania that are paying for those least costly alternatives.
I just want to ask that anybody asking a question, if you could just identify yourself, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Karen Strauss, Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. And I just want to mention, apropos of mainstream versus AT devices, that here at the Commission, in our National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, we intentionally made it clear that mainstream devices are covered just the same way as formerly external or accessory AT type devices, specifically because of what you just described. It makes absolutely no sense to pay $6,000 for a standalone device when you could pay a few $100s for an iPad. I know that the Department of Education has also been going through these same kinds of questions with respect to equipment or devices used for rehabilitation purposes. So you're not alone. I mean, the issue of Medicare and Medicaid paying is not the only place where this has come up. But to the extent that we could provide support to show the benefits that people have gotten from mainstream devices at a much lower cost, frankly, if people benefit from playing Candy Crush, it can be considered yet another reason for giving out the iPad. No reason not to do it. So whatever support we can provide, we'd be happy to do so.
Are there any other questions? I thought I saw a hand back in that corner. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eric Weekly from the Administration for Community Living, and I just had a general question. There are so many apps out there. Is at Kansas or Colorado, does anybody track like what apps are available, or any AT programs kind of track that and have that so that people can easily access what's going on?
So this is Amy. Yeah, I mean, the burgeoning of apps is very difficult to keep up with. There are more and more app finder programs that are being developed. The key is always matching the technology to the person. I don't know about you, but even if I buy a $1.99 app and it doesn't, fit my purposes, I'm not too happy. And of course, some of the apps are more expensive than that. So the good news is, again, plug for the AT-Act programs. We have lending libraries. Almost all the AT-Act programs are now including apps and the relative tablets so that people can try before they buy. But yeah, navigation of the app world is critical. There are some wonderful sites on the internet and on Facebook that do peer-reviewed apps and talk about who it's good for, who it's not good for. One of the concerns we have about apps is technical support. And generally, there's a direct proportion between the cost of the app and the amount of support that is provided by the app developer. There's a whole host of, I call them garage apps, analogous to garage bands, that somebody saw a need and, jumped online or whatever you do to create an app. So the challenge is always going to be matching, and that's why AT service providers will be in business forever, regardless of whether it is specialized or mainstream technologies.
I would also add, we see this particularly, I think, in the autism community where there are lots and lots and lots of communication apps, but to be very blunt, most of them aren't very good. And have very limited vocabularies. And we also see families and individuals who are being set up with tablets and apps, which is very exciting. But then the families or the school teachers aren't given the support they need to implement that app successfully. There's a lot of skill involved in supporting someone to obtain language. And so we're a little bit concerned. We're very excited about how easy these things are to access, but we're a little bit concerned that there's starting to be this idea that all you need is a tablet and a $30 iTunes gift card.
So, Matt Gersh with CTIA again. So I just wanted to mention that some of the providers are actually taking steps to curate apps, put together apps, bundled apps. Sprint, I know in particular, has done some of this work where they bundle apps together for different segments of the disability community, as recommending them as being potentially usable. But I completely agree with the other comments that were made on the panel. The key is, we're living in an age where it's easy to create an app, to get access to a mobile handset, to get access, to provide that to people. It is unbelievable how much innovation has occurred in this space in a very, very short period of time. And now we're sort of catching up to how to address those issues. And as was said before, the key is matching the right application with the particular person's unique needs. And I know that there are some very dedicated individuals who are trying to find ways to review apps, to get information out, to know the good from the bad, or the okay from the really great apps. And that's certainly something that I think the industry would support the community doing on its own, because they're the best resources for that type of information.
Hi, Peter Blank from Burton Blatt Institute. Just as an advertisement, thanks to the U.S. Department of Education's foresight, RSA, I'm part of a consortium led by Greg Vanderheiden at Wisconsin Trace that just received $20 million to build out the global public inclusive infrastructure. Our partners are Microsoft, IBM, many others, and we're building an auto-personalization system so that individuals will be able to put their preferences in the cloud, have master lists of all sorts of apps and other things, and then be able to work on any device, anytime, anywhere. It's the largest project that I'm aware of its kind, and my particular role is to do the evaluation of about 15,000 students and American job centers across the country to look at the efficacy of this program, cross-disability, cognitive, blind, visual, and so forth. Sue Swenson is here. She can probably speak about it from the government's point of view, but it's an extraordinary, game-changing grant which the government has stepped up to fund, and it was just funded 3 weeks ago? Yep. 2 weeks ago. So the last minute of fiscal year, they found $20 million. No. Found that money a long time ago. So this is going to be a game changer, and it's going to have to be very focused, of course, on cognitive disability as well. Happy to talk with anybody about it.
Okay. Sorry. We are going to have to end question and answers because we are out of time. I want to keep us on schedule. I will just say a brief answer to the previous question about lists or databases of apps, and would direct you to iaccessibility.com. i-accessibility.com. They have a great list of devices and apps, and also training on many of those apps that include, actually also include videos in ASL for the training. So just throw that out there. I want to thank all of our panelists for coming in and giving their time, and I think some of them are sticking around, so if you want to grab them a little later to ask more questions, I'm sure they'd be willing. So thank you all so much for coming.
Thank you each so much. That first panel was so great. I want to introduce right now Allison Cutler, who Allison is the chief of our Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and here she is.
Great. Well, welcome, everybody. I would like to thank Dr. Waymeyer for his excellent opening remarks this morning, and the panelists that we just had for a really interesting conversation about communications technologies. As you are aware, the Commission has had an ongoing commitment to the furtherance of accessibility for people with cognitive disabilities. And we hope that today's discussion will jumpstart even more work in this area, both by the Commission as well as by the guests that we have here today. Under the leadership of Chairman Wheeler, over a relatively short period of time, we've adopted a wide range of accessibility policies to promote communication services for people with disabilities. Just want to highlight a few. We've established the Disability Advisory Committee, which has successfully had, I think, 4 or 5 meetings and made probably dozens of recommendations already in less than 2 years. We've had significant progress in emergency notifications and requirements for carriers to handle text to 911 emergency calls. We've established mandates for high-quality closed caption for TV and video clips delivered via Internet protocol. And we've also created obligations for television providers to offer video description used by people who are blind in a much higher number of TV markets. And finally, we've made permanent, which Karen talked about a little bit earlier, the national program that distributes communications equipment to low-income deaf-blind. So all of this work has enabled thousands of Americans to do better at school, find jobs, and enjoy a greater degree of independence and privacy. And that's what we hope to build on today. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Chairman Wheeler, who is our leader in this space.
Thank you, Allison, and good morning, everybody. It's great that you're all here, and the significance of this session cannot be overestimated. This is the first time that we've ever had a discussion like this at the FCC, and it's about time. But let me begin by thanking all of you for coming and participating. Thank all of the speakers and the panelists. Allison, who you just heard from, Karen Pels-Strauss, Elaine Gardner, and Cheryl King, who were the real people who made this happen today. And a special shout out to Mindy Ginsburg, who is leading our employment opportunities effort here at the Commission. As I said, this is the first time that anything like this has ever been done at the Commission. How do we address the challenges of individuals with intellectual, developmental disabilities in the telecommunications world? You know, there are about 28 million people who are challenged in different ways, and we're sitting in a unique period in time where technology has opened the door for new solutions. And we have a mandate, a statutory mandate here at the Commission to make sure that telecommunications is inclusive, not just in the networks, but in devices and services. And we need to go beyond that and interpret that in a way that says, okay, how can we use this moment, these changes in technologies, to make sure that we're stepping up to the challenges faced every day by individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities. Because, there are parents, there are children, there are coworkers, there are fellow Americans. So, I find great excitement. I love my job because of the fact that we get to address, we exist in this time where challenges that have been around for centuries have perhaps new ways of being dealt with. I was at the ARC convention a few weeks ago and learned about the tech toolbox that the ARC has assembled, and that Google has just given them another $1 million to develop further, to help individuals find their way through what is the morass, the flood of applications that are out there on the internet, particularly the mobile internet, but to find your way through them, to find applications that are helpful. What a great idea. What a basic idea. Our job at the Commission is first and foremost to make sure that the networks that create these opportunities are fast, fair, and open. That there aren't people who are making judgments as to whether or not a certain application is available or not. And as I said, our job is to make sure that we follow the law and provide access both in terms of network as well as devices and services. And so the question that we have today for this session is give us your guidance. Give us your counsel. We need to hear from those of you with insights greater than us. What the opportunities are, what the challenges are, what the problems are, and what perhaps the things are that we can or should be doing. And let me just touch on one other thing. What I just said about give us the guidance, that's kind of a policy theme. I think there's another responsibility that we have at this agency, and that is to seize upon and demonstrate how one of the benefits of this broadband revolution is not just that it creates new applications and new opportunities to attack old problems, but it creates a growth economy. And in that growth economy, there need to be jobs for everyone. And if we are the Internet agency, if we are the technology agency of government, then we have to start here and make sure that there are opportunities for employment and fulfillment for all individuals, including individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, here at this agency. I'm proud of the fact that Mindy Ginsburg is leading such an effort, that it is encompassed not only the commission itself per se, but the public-private partnership that we have with an organization called USAC, the Universal Service Administrative Corporation, which dispenses the funds that we use to support universal service. And now we're working with those who provide services to us to say, hey, we expect that there are opportunities inside your shops as well for individuals with intellectual disabilities. And Mindy has gone on and worked with other federal agencies. So if we can become an example of what can happen inside a federal agency, how does it spread to other federal agencies and to companies as well? Mindy isn't here today, but you all need to know the great work that Mindy is doing in this area. I will let you all get about the real business of this program, which is not to listen to me, but to come up with some proposals, some guidance for us. And I look forward to the results of this session. And again, I thank all of you, particularly those of you who are panelists and speakers, for being here to help us reorient this agency to make sure that when we talk about our responsibility to Americans with disabilities, that it goes the full scope, and that we understand all of the challenges abroad in this country and our society. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Chairman Wheeler and Allison Cutler. Why don't we take about just a couple minutes break, and then we'll start with our second panel on emergency communications. Thanks.
If we could get everyone to take a seat, let us begin with our next panel. All right, if we can come to attention. Stop talking. Welcome again for everyone. I'm Cheryl King. I'm an attorney in the Disability Rights Office. I am a former speech and hearing therapist. As Amy said, she was a speech and language pathologist. And I have taught in public schools and in private residential facilities for people of all kinds of disabilities. So this is really an exciting event for me personally to see it come out into the open here at the Commission and let us address the issues and get to know each other. So we're looking forward to the rest of the day. Our panel is on emergency preparedness, living in the community safely. As emergency preparedness persons should do, if there is an evacuation, we'll go out the 12th Street entrance, follow the directions of the guards and managers, and take a left out of the street. Up to the corner, there's a park, and wait until you get an all clear. If we have shelter-in-place warning, we stay here and shelter-in-place here unless there is a shelter-in-place up notice, in which case we will go up, and I welcome you to the third floor where the Disability Rights Office staff is. This is especially of interest to us today because we want to explore the expansion of the use of technology and telecommunications for the cognitive disability community. Our panelists today are Jamie Prioli, who is a program coordinator at Pennsylvania's Initiative on Assistive Technology, Institute on Disabilities at Temple University College of Education. Welcome, Jamie. We have Phyllis Grinavin, who is project manager at the Center for Disability Studies, the University of Delaware Association of University Centers on Disability. And Stephanie Fell, who is with the United States Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, a Federal Emergency Management Agency, in the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination. And last but not least, we have Matthew Kaplowitz, President and Chief Creative Officer of Bridge Multimedia. And as was announced earlier, the bios of all of the panelists are on a website that we have put up. So welcome today. And I think we might even start with Matt, Mr. Kaplowitz, who has a PowerPoint presentation for us. And we'll hear from Matt. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. When we think about cognitive impairments, we can look at it from two vantage points. We can look at it from the medical vantage point. Is the PowerPoint, well.
CMR staff, can we get the PowerPoint?
Either way will be fine. So when we talk about cognitive disabilities, we can think about it from the medical perspective and think about autism and dementia and CP, Down syndrome, stroke, traumatic brain injury. And we can also think, again, on the medical side, attention deficit disorder, aphasia, dyslexia, other learning disabilities, as well as related sensory impairments. But there's also the functional side of it, which is just thinking for the purpose of what the FCC does and what we're all here to talk about, to define it just very straightforward as having difficulty with various types of mental tasks. And this includes attention issues, daily living skills, math comprehension, memory, problem solving, reading, linguistic comprehension issues, sensory input, spatial representation. And depending on what study you look at, it's anywhere from 9 to 15 or 20% of the population. I want to really tag on to what Mike Waymeyer was talking about, as well as some of what Chairman Wheeler spoke about, as far as what Michael said was that the role of technology is to level the playing field for people with intellectual and cognitive disabilities. Well, also, within what we're talking about here, equally important is how we can level the playing field as far as cognitive disability-friendly content. The content is very quickly and easily achievable in many different ways. Chairman Wheeler also mentioned things being inclusive. Technology has to be inclusive, but content has to be inclusive. And, of course, the FCC, who oversees programming that goes on television, on radio, on all emergency outlets, as well as internet, new technology, and so forth. FCC wears two hats, and I will leave others to talk more about the technology part. But for right now, let's think about the typical type of television broadcast that we see when there's an emergency. And let's use this not only as an example for emergencies, but for news, for all communication on television. One of the things I'm going to do right now, by the way, is I'm going to build into my presentation audio description. I'm not going to lump it separately. It's what we call descriptive inclusive language. So a viewer is watching a television broadcast, and there is a reporter on screen, and he's wearing a poncho, and he's holding an umbrella, and it's raining, and in the background there's all kinds of devastation. In the upper right-hand corner of the screen, there's video playing of a house with the roof blown off of it, and the image is constantly repeating. In the upper left-hand corner of the screen, there's a little four-letter in all caps sign saying live. There's a Twitter logo saying hashtag Irene. There is on the right side the logo of a imaginary weather channel called Weather TV. Underneath the news reporter, there's 3 lines of identifying information, identifying Hurricane Irene, identifying his location in Nags Head, North Carolina, a little summary of it. Underneath that, at the bottom, is a running a crawl with text of saying Class 6 hurricane makes landfall, and then next to that is information talking about troops in Syria. Well, let's deconstruct that from a content standpoint, from what, as people concerned about accessibility, let's deconstruct the content of it. There's 7 different things on screen. There's the boxed image, it's looping. There's the live flash. There's the reporter. There's the 3 lines of text. There's the running band of information at the bottom. There's the Twitter logo. There's the TV network logo. One of the things to think about is how do we do screen design to know what the most important thing is. The second thing is there's crawls at the bottom. There's emergency information. There's non-emergency information. What should we be watching? If there are things of particular importance for take action, there's no clear explanation of what that is. something that I'll continue to mention is, as the reporter is talking, what language level should he be using? What guidelines can the FCC perhaps help with? In talking to Cheryl, she previous to the meeting, she suggested maybe it's a collaboration with NAB. What should the guidelines be for vocabulary? If we're talking about 10-15% of the population who is not at even a baseline language level is, what is the baseline language level? Right now, we don't have one. Let's continue. The report goes on, and now there's a second line of type at the bottom, of text that's scrolling at the bottom, that indicates for people in Montgomery, Giles, Craig, and Pulaski counties a phone number to call for information, as well as a website to go to. Now in the red band at the bottom, it's mentioning that Facebook is adding a dislike button, and talking about the music artist Adele making a new album. Let's deconstruct. We have this flashing button at the bottom. We have this flashing notification at the bottom. Flashing information like that can be distracting. The next thing is we have a house looping with the roof being blown off. We know all the way back from 9/11 that many people with cognitive disabilities were very startled and confused and not certain that this was one event or a series of different events happening one after the other. An interesting thing is that for many people with cognitive disabilities, identifying where they live by county, useless. It doesn't say anything. Many people, if they were asked what county they live in, they wouldn't be able to know that. Again, mentioning the description embedded language. Let's continue. Now, there's a second reporter on screen. They've brought Wolf Blitzer on. So on the screen on the left is Wolf Blitzer, full screen in a rain poncho. On the right is our reporter. Over the reporter's right shoulder facing the screen, there's lightning flashing on the screen. Now at the bottom, there's text that says Hurricane Katia heats up, which at the time of Irene, there was that second hurricane. And it's mentioning, it's paraphrasing what the reporter said, which is, it's raining cats and dogs. Let's deconstruct. Well, first of all, two reporters on screen at the same time, very difficult for many people with cognitive disabilities to follow it. Next, bright flashes on the screen can trigger epileptic reactions in individuals with epilepsy. Next, if the lightning flashes are accompanied by sound, very frightening, very disturbing to many individuals. Of course, raining cats and dogs for individuals on the autism spectrum and others, figurative language like that, they are literally going to be looking in the sky for the cats and dogs. Let's continue. This is the fourth of 5 I'm going to be showing. Now over the reporter's head, there's a weather map showing the weather systems. It's relative to the screen size, it might take up 1/10 of the screen size. The news at the bottom reports Irene's temperature gradient is going through the roof. Let's deconstruct. The vocabulary levels, temperature gradient, how many people are going to know that? And a related question to this is, as we're talking about vocabulary levels, there's receptive language, which is in children up to grade 5, it's always at least a grade ahead. There's receptive language, and then there's reading level. So if we have text on the screen, we should be evaluating the reading level for text on screen. We should also be evaluating the level for receptive language. Technical vocabulary, yet another thing to look at within the broader picture of content. As far as maps go, to have a map that is 1/10 of the screen most people aren't going to know what it is, and of course, at that point, it's better to cut to full screen, and it probably would. But just using this example of the best train wreck I could come up with, and these, by the way, are not real. Our art department just created this for this, so this is not. But there's nothing here that I believe anyone is not familiar with. So again, the duration time for on-screen text. What should that be? The duration time for on-screen maps. What should that be? Going to my fifth and final image, we stuck the captions up at the top. Governor Perdue live. Now in the box over the right hand side of the screen, it's calling for evacuation zones. Mentioning and then in the band at the bottom, it mentions bridges will stay open until 8 p.m. Then at the very bottom, storm-related information is rock slides are imminent. And then next to it, news from Wall Street, Apple's stock price rocks NASDAQ. Let's deconstruct. The duration of the on-screen time for the essential captions. Is it the same as the duration for captions in a reality TV show? Should it be thought of differently? Are people going to need, when they're panicked, when they're stressed out, do they need more time to read captions for deaf, hard of hearing, and for many of us in the room that use captions without significant hearing loss? What should the benchmarks be for that? Another issue is considering training for newscasters, looking at some of the speech pathology issues for speech intelligibility. There are at least 20 real watch out type of signals. Obviously, we're all familiar with getting confused about an M and an N, but there are many more. Should people who are news reporters and weather reporters at least know about it, or should the FCC at the very least have something posted that they could refer to that would say, if you want to know these things, here they are. On a related note, consistent pronunciations. Is it Route 80 or Route 80? What should it be, national standards or regional standards? Address versus address. Ambulance versus ambulance. Louisiana versus Louisiana. You're all familiar with these types of things. And on a related note, is it better to mix up the language over and over again and one time say evacuation and the next time say exit? Or is it better, it's spicier to have more language, but in an emergency, what is best in terms of language comprehension? These are some of the issues within that simulated news broadcast. Other related considerations, which really go into part of what Karen will be talking about, are the FCC has great guides on the website for all kinds of things. But what about thinking about alternative guides where we look at the language, where we revisit many of the things I talked about? What about supplementary print information like what is on ready.gov? Ready.gov is an amazing website in terms of sort of the standard for how to do it right with content for people with cognitive disabilities. But it's for kids. Something like that should be revisited so it's not childlike, it's not insulting, it's not disrespectful, but it should be for all people with cognitive disabilities and other challenges. Video relay service, general postings, same kind of thing. Alternative versions of communicating the information. Another thing is considering some of the alternative fonts. Many of you probably know there is a font optimized for people with dyslexia. There's also a font for people with low vision that APH, American Printing House, does. standardized picture communication symbols, and I know there's work going on about that, but across all media formats for people that use picture communication symbols. Standardized ASL signs with standardized FCC symbol icons. So FCC decides what they want to call things. The signs are then standardized. Further color coding, further text to 911 enhancements, particularly using picture icons for people with ALS, Parkinson's, muscular dystrophy, and so on. Hands-free, single-switch, gestural controlled interfaces. I think it's on the way, but more needs to be done on that. And the last thing is to take a cue from the playbook from gaming, where most games where people all over the place can play games, there's a chat feature to those. They have a chat feature. So how about a chat feature where people in one part of the country can communicate with a buddy in another part of the country that's not affected by the emergency, and they can talk to them at their pace? Maybe they know them, maybe it's a volunteer network, but I believe that's another part of it. And just to wrap up, really going back to what we're thinking as far as telecommunications that really that level of playing field, content is very important. It's equally important to technology, and we can get there a heck of a lot faster. We could just take the people in this room, lock us up for a week. Not that I'm suggesting that, folks, but we could just, to accomplish this is readily available in a very quick period of time. Let's think about content accessibility as well as technology disability. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Stephanie?
Good morning, everyone. Is this on? My name is Stephanie Fell, and I work in the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination at the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And I'm going to speak a little bit generally about FEMA's mission, what our office's purpose is, and some of its structure, because that will help you understand what's happening at a federal level, the state, and the local level. And use an example of something that's come out of our office in collaboration with others about sheltering and equal access in sheltering. And then just talk a little bit about personal preparedness. I'm glad you mentioned ready.gov. I have another resource from there. But the emergency management world is very much talking about sort of a mutual relationship. Government preparedness as well as community preparedness as well as individual preparedness. And in the area of disability, these communities are sort of naturally occurring and know best what they need. And so that interchange of information is useful and sort of mutual understanding of preparedness. So many of you may know, but I will read FEMA's mission. It's to support our citizens and first responders to ensure that as a nation we work together to build, sustain, and improve our capability to prepare for, protect against, respond to, recover from, and mitigate all hazards. We do that in a number of different ways. There's a federal coordinated response if a state asks for it, so that's disaster response and a longer-term recovery. We work to reduce the risks through our mitigation program. We do a lot of preparedness training and actually conduct exercises. We train firefighters and first responders. We oversee the National Flood Insurance Program, and we develop preparative initiatives nationwide, so these national framework documents. FEMA responds when the governor asks for a federal response, so we're not everywhere in the country if there's a disaster going on. We work with the state when we're called into to assess the damages and to determine what the state's needs are. We do generally work at a county level. It was interesting you mentioned that in terms of what areas have been affected. So that's an important piece of information. We operate which counties have a declaration in that county. And after the president, approves the declaration, then that's when the federal money will come in. And that's disaster assistance aid to individuals, communities, and the state's long-term recovery efforts. It also helps to promote risk reduction from future disasters through the mitigation efforts. And we may also defray state and local costs of handling the disaster or emergency. There's a cost-sharing mechanism. We also collaborate with the state and local governments to actually staff the response facilities, the infrastructure, the buildings where we're providing the response. There's a JFO, a joint field office, and then we have other centers around the area where people can come to register for assistance. We're also going out much more into the communities, finding people in their homes, because there have been issues with people being able to get to these. They're called disaster recovery centers. We coordinate relief efforts with other federal agencies. We work with the FCC. I'll talk a little bit about that. And also we have a lot of voluntary organizations active in disasters. FEMA helps coordinate their efforts, which is significant. We also keep the public informed. I mean, there is the television, but FEMA has press conferences, or actually the governor would have them, but we're supporting that. And we have an external affairs office, obviously, to get information out. The current FEMA administrator has really initiated a whole community framework for looking at the whole community, planning for the whole community, not just what comes up as the disaster unfolds. He's been an excellent advocate of our office. Our office really is a product of the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act, and there were problems in Katrina that Congress wanted to address, one of which was the lack of ability to respond to the needs of people with disabilities. In our office, the Congress mandated a disability coordinator. What came out of that is our office, which is the idea, and I think the chairman talked about this, of integrating and coordinating how to identify and consider the needs and meet the needs of people with disabilities and others with access and functional needs. And the mission of our office is we guide FEMA's commitment to achieving universally accessible, survivor-centric, fully inclusive emergency management. This requires integrating the whole community, inclusive of people with disabilities, people with access and functional needs, first responders, community partners, and across government to achieve program, physical, and effective communication access throughout all FEMA programs, services, activities, and functions before, during, and after disasters. So how do we do this? We have a headquarters staff, which is headed by our director, Marcy Roth. We also have, we have a lot of jargon, but I'll try to spare you some of it. Regional Disability Integration Specialists. That idea is in each of our 10 FEMA regions, we have a person doing this, integrating and coordinating this piece into the region's programs. Then we have employees that are deployed to disaster sites. We have 70 people in our cadre now, but we've been given authorization, or the force structure need will go up to 285. And some of the kinds of people, we call them disability integration advisors. We have leads, which would sort of supervise the advisors. We also have American Sign Language interpreters, certified deaf interpreters, resource managers, CART reporters, and I have branch director. But the nice thing about that is we have now in-house then people who can go to our public meetings, be on site when a disaster survivor needs translation assistance, obviously be having their sole function to be able to respond to what's coming up. But we also are doing a lot in the steady state, the non-disaster environment. That's where our regional people are connecting with people in the states and the local communities. We call them disability stakeholder community. So it would have to be generally different types of disabilities, the cognitive disability community. Those vary from state to state. The state infrastructure varies from state to state. During this steady state non-disaster, these relationships are being developed so that when a disaster occurs, what's happening actually right now in South Carolina is we have our people down in South Carolina, I think they may have stopped, but before they were holding daily telephone conversations with our stakeholder community, sharing information, what's happening, who needs to be on this call, American Red Cross, different centers for independent living, different, assistive technology organizations, whatever. It was hundreds, I would say, were on some of these calls, where people could just say what was going on to make sure it's not FEMA's role to get that piece of assistive technology, but FEMA can help explain what it can and cannot do, and can also help coordinate that information sharing and the addressing of the unmet needs. That only comes, though, through the development of relationships when there's not an emergency. It would work best then. It's hard to establish those relationships in real time. We work, obviously, in addition to that post-Katrina Reform Act, there are existing federal authorities for doing what we're doing. The enforcement mechanisms, may or may not be as robust as we'd like. So we have to do a lot of sort of mindset change. I'm thinking around this particular category, this is something that's not obvious to people. And so there's an education piece. We have a whole guidelines on language use to help people use inclusive language and help them understand that the language really does matter, how we're referring to different people. We see a role in preparedness, training and exercise, the notification piece, the whole emergency notification piece, evacuation and transportation in disasters, sheltering, first aid and medical services, temporary housing. That's become a big aspect of the FEMA programs after Katrina. The transitioning back into community from a shelter or from a rental piece, property or from a temporary housing unit, cleanup and recovery, mitigation, and some other aspects of sort of the disaster cycle. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of what has been termed sort of our promising practices. This idea, and I think it was referenced in the first panel, that the universal accessibility may indeed actually help more people than just people with disabilities. And we use the term baking it in, so not just having it over on the side, here's another piece of guidance or another set of rules. Bake it into all aspects of our programs and also into the sort of interaction with the community. Encourage this at all levels. Not have it be an afterthought or an annex. Having people with disabilities at the table in the exercises, help planning, working directly with emergency managers. That's another promising practice that we've been helping coordinate through some partnerships with national disability organizations. And have qualified people with disabilities serve in leadership roles in emergency management. We definitely have them now in Office of Disability Integration and Coordination, and that's actually prompted a lot of, I think, education within our organization about some of it is reasonable accommodation issues, but it's had a really, I think, positive effect through people's actual experiences. So we have several memorandum of agreement or understanding with an assistive technology provider, Pass It On Center, National Disability Rights Network, the National Council on Independent Living. So these are our national partners, but we want it to go down to the state level. They help us get to the state level, and then the local level through our regional people and through our cadre, our people who are deployed out. We also have one with AARP. We can't have one with Red Cross, but we work closely with them through these stakeholder sort of gatherings and communications. One of the products that came out relatively early on, the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination, was formed in 2010. This was not just our office's product, but we put out a guidance on planning for the integration of functional needs support services in general population shelters. This came out directly from problems in Hurricane Katrina, one of which was, and so this is a federal guidance document, so states and localities can use this when they're doing the localities are responsible for the shelters. One of the issues that came up that may be of interest to this group is the separation or the segregation of people into special needs shelters or medical shelters when really they are to be, according to this, and according to the law, they're to be integrated into the general population shelters. So this really breaks it down. What does that mean? What does the shelter operator have to consider? this document is being updated. It's a 2010 document because, like everything else, especially technology, things change, and it's just important to kind of look at these things as this is, a really good starting point. But I know it's underway now. Our individual assistance branch is heavily involved, and our office will be too. That's part of the disability integration. And the last thing I'll just say, we work with the FCC as part of, I think a member from our office is on your advisory committee, and also we are the chair. FEMA is the chair of the Interagency Coordinating Council on Emergency Preparedness and Individuals with Disabilities. That was started in 2004. DHS had it. They gave it to FEMA as the chair once this Office of Disability Integration and Coordination got sort of more capacity. And the FCC chairs the communications subcommittee on that. So that's a federal partner example, and we want to really deepen that relationship and information sharing. And then the last thing I'll say is just about the emergency preparedness piece. We have a video on YouTube that I think it's called Every Day We Prepare, and it's there's a 2-minute version and a 4-minute version about personal preparedness, really looking towards the population of people with access and functional needs. So that's the illustration. We also have, I just brought them and people can, on ready.gov, there's actually a special section for individuals with disabilities and others with access and functional needs. And so it's a nice list. It's interesting. There are no pictures, but it's got a lot of good information. A lot of it has to do with identifying your community around you, obviously things like medication and all, food, that sort of thing. But I think that piece of who's surrounding this person, what kind of help will they need. And then we have a large print, Preparing Makes Sense for People with Disabilities and Others with Access and Functional Needs in the Whole Community. And so this I also think is a nice document. These are readily available, and that message is important for FEMA. And generally when we've talked with people with disabilities and communities, they want to be involved. They are preparing. And I think there's an education piece for the emergency managers. Oh, we didn't know that. Great. And working together. So I'm open to questions later. Thank you very much.
Phyllis?
Hi. After hearing both of you, I think I have a lot that just builds on what they have said. For the past 6 years, I've been working on a program at the University of Delaware Center for Disability Studies that addresses emergency preparedness for people with disabilities. And also we work with first responders and the Division of Public Health, the Medical Reserve Corps, Citizens Corps, and DEMA, and provide technical assistance on how they can better assist people with disabilities. We recently worked with the Division of Public Health's Office of Preparedness to recruit people with disabilities, a variety of disabilities, to participate in emergency training exercises. And as a result of that, they've changed the kind of supports and assistive technology that they are making available to people with disabilities so they can better utilize the services that are offered. Cheryl also asked me to just talk a little bit in general about emergency preparedness, what we do to help people with cognitive and intellectual disabilities prepare a plan. A lot of what we do isn't very high tech. I think our first speaker said simple is better, and sometimes that really is the case. So we have a couple different planning tools that we use, and I think one of the key things for people with intellectual disabilities is to break down the material in chunks, and it can be overwhelming for all of us if we try to do a plan in one sitting. So we try to break it down into tasks and then reconvene with the individual over time so they can work on a task, and then we can reinforce what they have put together and go on to the next task. We have a couple different tools. You may have heard of Feeling Safe, Being Safe, which is a best practices material developed in California. It's very oriented toward pictures, not heavy on text. And for some people, this is very helpful because, and I have some copies if you want to see it later, they can go through and they may see pictures of things they should put in an evacuation kit, and then they can just get clothing or duct tape or whatever and make sure it's all in the kit. So that's one type of preparedness tool that we use. Another is when we developed at UD, we found that a number of plans, most plans usually have very basic content that's very similar, just the format's a little different. But usually the information for people with disabilities is very sparse. And so what we have created is a number of lists of challenges that people may face. And then we have them pick out the challenges, and we have a sheet that accompanies each challenge, and they address how would you handle this challenge on a typical day, and then they think through what would you do if you had to stay in your home and you couldn't leave your home for 3 days. How would that change what you do? What would you need? And then also if you had to leave your home for 3 days, how would you handle that? So they take it one challenge at a time, and then they put this in their plan. They have the resources to meet each challenge. So those are the two tools we have. Now we are doing a pilot right now just to test, and I think this might be a good tool for people with intellectual disabilities, but it's early on. But what we're doing is we broke down the basic items that you need to include in a plan and basic items you need to include in an evacuation kit. And we have an opportunity for people to register to receive one text or audio message every week, and it will give them a task for the week. Now they get the message for the plan in the beginning of the week, and if they want the evacuation kit, that's like on a Thursday. So every week then they get the text, and at the end of 8 weeks they have a very basic kit, an evacuation kit and a plan. It's just a start. We have to build on these things every day, but it's something we're trying. Then also in terms of plan portability is very important, and redundancy is good when it comes to portability. So when we have a workshop or meet with people, we have them bring their important documents, and then we can scan them in. And Citizens Corps has wonderfully provided us with a number of flash drives, so we can put the information on a flash drive. And that's good for them, but unfortunately the original idea was that they could take the flash drive if they had to go to an emergency room or their doctor and share the information instead of printing everything out. Or if a first responder found them and took them to the doctor and they had the information, they could share it that way. That unfortunately is not the case, because hospitals and first responders will not let you plug the device into their computer system. So it's helpful for the person, but it still requires basically for you to print everything out and have a printed copy of your plan, maybe in your car, maybe in your backpack, or on your wheelchair anyway. We also encourage people to upload their plan to a cloud so that it can be easily updated and shared with anyone they want, and they can also access it from any location. We also ask people with intellectual or cognitive disabilities if they would like to have a card with them that lists their contact information, the fact that they have a disability, and some of the things that are problematic for them, so that if they have a first responder, the first responder may understand that it's not a matter of being non-compliant. They don't want to be touched or something like that. So that's a helpful thing. And now there in Delaware and in many states, there's also a program, an opportunity for you to sign up for Smart 911 or something similar, where you may put the same information online, and then only during an emergency a first responder can access that information and can know the issues that you have prepared in advance to share with the first responder in case of an issue. Finally, I wanted to also reaffirm the comments that was made by our first speaker. Last week I talked with a number of college-age students who have intellectual disabilities and also cognitive disabilities. And I was talking specifically about the screen that's used during emergency alerts. And so this was like, we're right in sync here. The language level really needs to be get some attention, as he said. And also, the rate that the material scrolls, they all agreed that was problematic for them. They could not read it fast enough. Now, at home, I have a VCR, so I can back it up and stop it, but people may not have that. So the students and others suggested that it would be great to have some options, just like you can click on an option for closed captioning. I don't know if that's possible or not, but to have the speed change, or to have a stationary pop-up box come that would allow them to read it, or even a split screen so that the material could be on one side and the TV could go on the other side, and maybe you could mute the TV because some people probably have difficulty reading with the sound going on in the background. And then also, Tafa, who's on the Disability Advisory Council, said that she thought it would be really helpful if the scrolling device was color-coded, and we talked about that, in that it would be really nice if the alerts, which a lot of times people don't pay attention to, could be have a color band with them that has to do that corresponds with the level of severity of the alert. For instance, if it's an advisory, maybe it could be green, and if it's a warning, it could be red, something like that. And that might help people pay attention, especially when they need to. And also, I agree with what our speaker said. People with cognitive disabilities may be very confused about what is important to them at the time versus what may be happening in another state or miles away. So it would really be helpful if there was another place they could go to, maybe another channel. Like if you're listening to the weather on the news, you can go to the Weather Channel for more information. It would be kind of nice to have something so that if people needed more specific information about their locality, they could go to a local channel and find out what really would be impacting them directly. And one other suggestion was the students really like the graphic interface that you have on your cell phone when you look up the weather. It's not text heavy. It has pictures of the sun, the clouds, the rain, lightning, and this might be a really great way to communicate a hurricane coming or tornado coming. All of this is anecdotal, so of course it needs research, but I just put it out there for you to think about. And then the final thing would be not everybody is watching the channels where the alerts come across the screen. And it would really be helpful if they're on other channels, which a lot of people are these days, if they also could be made aware of what's happening around them and if they need to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Jamie?
Thank you. Thank you to the FCC for the invitation, for the opportunity to speak today. And I have to tag on to Phyllis's comment. I'm frequently watching, the Housewives of Orange County, and so I don't always receive that important message that Hurricane Sandy has come and blown half of my home away. So it is very important, I think, to carry that message through to all channels, not just the major networks. I would also like to mention that it is so important for us to literally bake in the message of accessibility for the whole entire community. Many of us at different levels gather our statistics regarding individuals with disabilities via census data or other data collection resources. However, we need to keep in mind that those data collection resources are only as good as the information that's being put into it. Not everyone discloses that they have a disability. So if we are addressing the community as the whole, we know that we are addressing the needs for many. Not all individuals really will report their disability. In addition, many people we can acquire a disability at any time. So prior to that incident, prior to the emergency, someone may have acquired a disability, a head injury as a result of that emergency, and they're used to getting the information one way, but now we may need to modify during the event. So if we are consistent in how we're giving information, that's just even more helpful. It just makes sense. I mean, I don't know about how many of you in the audience are aging. I know I'm not aging, but when we're getting the information as we age, it changes. I'm on a personal note, I'm a survivor of Hurricane Sandy, and I know when I went to the disaster recovery centers, although my hidden disability, it really did pop up. I wasn't able to understand everything that was being presented to me. But when I looked at my family members, when I looked at my mom and dad, the look on their face of them not being able to comprehend the information that was given to them was so, it really hit home that we are not only addressing, we need to address the aging, we need to address those with hidden disabilities, with cognitive disabilities, with physical, with sensory. We need to take into consideration that when an emergency comes along, you're not thinking in the same mindset. Whatever that may be, you're not thinking in the same mindset. So the information that's being presented to us needs to be broken down into that simpler format in a multimodal fashion. And it needs to be done through text, through print, through video, through description, in just that multimodal format. So on another note, I'd like to just real briefly highlight one of the programs that the Institute on Disabilities was really fortunate to have an opportunity to take part of. A few years ago, the Institute on Disabilities was awarded a grant that was provided by the Pennsylvania Developmental Disabilities Council. And the purpose of this project was to enhance the direct involvement of individuals with disabilities in emergency planning discussions at all levels across the Commonwealth. And just like any other state, there's some positive and some negative things that came out of as a result of this opportunity. So the project's major goals, number one, was to identify current and potential opportunities for the involvement of people with disabilities. And that's really key because people are able to identify how they need information relayed to them and how they receive it, give that highlight to the emergency professionals. We also were able to address the goal of providing people with disabilities with the information and the skills they need to be full partners in emergency planning and to provide opportunities that are able to influence emergency planning to those individuals with disabilities who complete the training, which we titled Competence and Confidence, Partners in Policy Making Emergency Preparedness. And this was built upon a system that we've had at the Institute on Disabilities for several years. Now, in addition to working with individuals with disabilities, we recognize that there was a need to provide training to the professionals in the emergency management and emergency preparedness field. Some of the highlights of this project, one, we conducted a massive survey that was designed to identify the needs and capabilities of individuals with disabilities, including intellectual and cognitive disabilities, as well as their caregivers. And some of the findings, out of 103 individuals that were surveyed that were appropriate for this survey, we found out that almost 73% reported that the person in their life with an intellectual or developmental disability had difficulty understanding and or remembering information. That's a huge statistic just in Pennsylvania alone. We also found that almost 81% reported that the person in their life with an intellectual or developmental disability had 2 or more functional needs. And that's really key for emergency professionals to remember, is that although you may fall into a category of either having a hearing loss or a vision loss or a cognitive impairment, you may have that crossover. There could be more than one functional limitation. So almost 81% reported that they had 2 or more functional needs. Almost 73% reported that the person with an intellectual or developmental disability lived with them in the home as opposed to in an institutional facility. So there's a lot more involvement in the community, and that needs to be addressed. How are people getting the message out to them appropriately? When we surveyed the emergency professionals, we identified some of their current knowledge and practice, and one of the highlights we found was that there's no consistent method for language and getting that message out that there's an emergency. People just did not understand what that message was. There's a lack of guidance, and I think that that's something that we need to address on a more global level, is that consumer education not only should be meeting the needs of the individual, but consumer education for the professionals on how they can trickle down that information. Agencies want guidance, and no matter what state you live in, no matter what bureaucratic issues may or may not arise, we need to really have some type of standard that everyone must follow. So what we did in our training is we went over, for the individuals, for the professionals, we went over a Disability 101 and how to provide appropriate messaging, effective messaging out to those individuals with disabilities. And we addressed how important it is not to be overwhelming with pictures and inappropriate terminology, how to be consistent, how to incorporate appropriate captioning, things like that. And although this may seem very basic for us, the emergency personnel were really not all aware of everything that they needed to follow. And I think that that's something that we need to start making people be held accountable for, is getting that effective messaging out. We found out on behalf of the consumers that we were dealing with that many of the messages to them were inaccessible. Captioning, the scrolls were too fast. Now I know when I listen to my captioning, when I follow with captioning on certain websites, I'm able to tweak the refresh rate. I tend to like my captioning to go very quick. I can follow along and I can gauge what I need. But for someone with a cognitive disability, I can understand them wanting to adjust that. Why can't that be done on a television? It can be done on my computer, and everybody, most people have open access to that television. When they're in a doctor's office and an emergency message is going up on the doctor's office, why is not the captioning automatically there? Why can't someone, just go and press one button to open up the captioning? Why do they need to go to the secretary who's in charge of medical records once removed from their third cousin in order to open up the captioning, which should be right there in front of them? Another thing that they mentioned is that they couldn't see the entire message or the text because it was hidden by some type of image. And again, that's something where we need to be holding people accountable for, so that there is a blanket. This is the accessible manner for everyone, no matter what your ability. Message language is inconsistent. People don't understand terminology. A great example that we had when we did our training with the consumers was that we were talking about, what does the word emergency mean to you? I know what it means to me, but it might be something different for someone else. And we had a consumer that we were working with a cognitive disability who said, yes, it's an emergency when I run out of ice cream. Okay, but when we're talking about something that is life and death, we need to be consistent with that. Shelter in place. Nobody knew what shelter in place means. And so if we use the common terminology that we know in the emergency readiness field, shelter in place means this. So that it should be hand in hand. Put the two words, the emergency side, and marry it with the consumer side. We did some... As a result of the training, just to wrap things up, what we did was we did speed dating. And so speed dating was where part of our training, we actually matched the emergency managers with consumers who were in the training and who were in their region, so that a person from Delaware County was able to meet the OEM officer from Delaware County. And it was really eye-opening for both sides, because they started to realize, oh, you are in the same place, and the emergency professionals realized that, oh, there are different abilities for people. It was very eye-opening. And I think that we need to work more on that type of activity on a national level of really getting to know your neighbors, professional and consumer, so that you know how to address the accessibility needs of people in your community. And so, again, I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that we can work more on some marrying the two lives together.
Thank you so much. This is Cheryl. This has been great. It's such capacity building for everyone in the room and to think about these things, and hopefully we can move forward. Are there any questions from the audience? Elizabeth?
First of all, thank you very much for the wonderful panel, and please call me Liz. My question for Jamie is, as a person served and as a person with person who gets services from an agency, it's scary to know that for my friends and I that we don't understand where to go, and we depend on our providers. And how is there like a toolkit to help people to understand what happened at Katrina, so Katrina doesn't happen again?
Great question, Liz. And I do hope that our program can serve as a model for other states. What we did take away from the first 2 years of this grant project, we were successful in obtaining a third year because we recognize that although it's very important for people to be involved and on an advisory level on how to get the accessibility, we were really, it was an aha moment for us to realize that we needed to go down a little bit deeper and discuss about personal preparedness. And so the personal preparedness is really where we see that this needs to be developed more so that an individual who's living in the community can start to develop a little bit more of an understanding about what an emergency is and how did it affect somebody who has gone through an emergency like Katrina, like Sandy, and not just present this in, I'm up here to talk about this. We're going to present this to you visually. We'll have some photos. We'll go and describe it that way more. And we'll try to customize it to explain what would you do, really break it down. If I say to you, what would you do in an emergency? That's very broad. It's way too broad for us to handle. However, if I were to say to you, Liz, I know that you use a cell phone to communicate. Now, if there is an ice storm in your area and you lose power because of that ice for 5 days, how are you going to charge your cell phone? I'm breaking it down into chunks so that you can talk about it. And you, in the end, can say, oh, I never thought about that because I always have power. Or I can always charge my wheelchair. It's always there. But what if it's not? What are you going to do? So that's something that we're hoping to develop. We've developed components of it, but we want to share that as a global project.
And how do you, excuse me for asking another question, but how do you help people with, to say that in your example about that the ice cream is an emergency. Yes, it might be an emergency to me because I really want that chocolate chip ice cream, but it's not emergency for life and death.
Right, exactly. And I think that's really key, is that we need to take a look at more specific examples and try to explain that. Although you may go into a sugar shock because you haven't had your double dip chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream, that's important. But is that by not having it, will you die? Will you physically die? And really try to break it down into a world really that you could understand it best. So we can't make blanket statements because blanket statements don't work for everybody. But I think that if we develop a program where we can communicate and break it down into a more visual or multimodal approach, I think that will help the more general public. And we should really be focusing on train the trainer too. How can then we take what I've done for you and how can you spread that to other people, because we're baking it into the community.
Thank you.
Phyllis, did you mention that you have a planning app? That there's a planning app available?
We have a website. It's I'm having one of those moments. alreadyde.org. And we developed a website that was built around emergency preparedness for people with disabilities. It has a lot of apps on there. It also has a section for first responders. And we have a web app. It's not a mobile app because first responders can't download mobile apps, but it's a web app called DelawareTips.org. And that will allow first responders to, if they encounter a person with a disability who needs assistance and they haven't had a lot of training or they've forgotten some of what they did have, they can go there and it will provide information, tips on how to assist people with different disabilities or with service dogs, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Have a question here. Oh. Go ahead, Jamie.
I'd just like to quick tag on to what Phyllis had mentioned about the resource guide. We do offer a similar guide with the help of Delaware, who shared their resources. We expanded on how we felt that it would meet our community in Pennsylvania, and it can be downloaded from our website, disabilities.temple.edu, and if you simply type in emergency preparedness, it will take you right to that link. I think that as we provide these resources, again, another avenue that we need to be held accountable for is that when we are sharing resources, is that we are ensuring that they are completely accessible for screen readers, so that they are available and accessible for those who may be using keyboard only access or versus mouse access or any other type of alternate input device. So that's something that I really do encourage that we all step up to the plate and make sure that our documents and our resources are 100% accessible. PDF doesn't always happen. It's not going to be accessible for someone who needs it. So that's.
Thank you, Jamie. Go ahead.
Wilson. I'm the director of the Disability Resource Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and we're a center for independent living. My question is to Stephanie. Is there a compliance component for states and localities? FEMA's developed a lot of really good materials that we share, and we share with our consumers the importance of personal preparedness and the backup and the backup to the backup plan. Hundreds of people are living in their home that meet the level of care for nursing home. And so these folks are the ones that are the most vulnerable. And we've had a difficult time trying to find out what the plan is for people with disabilities. So is there a compliance component? So if we're having trouble trying to figure it out in our communities with our emergency managers and our first responders, what can we do to get the assistance from the FEMA disability coordinator to help them see the need to address the needs of people with disabilities and the other vulnerable populations?
One thing you might be able, we wouldn't be the enforcement office for that, but
Is there one?
Well, what happened, I'll just give you an example of an avenue that another jurisdiction pursued. Several, Los Angeles, New York, there have been lawsuits brought by disability advocacy organizations against the state emergency management entity saying you have not planned for people with disabilities. And there's a really good law journal article in the Yale Law Journal about the New York case. And there's been some education up in New York with that author and some panel, a little along the lines of what Jamie was talking about, bringing people together to talk about the needs. So they had a court decision. They actually went all the way to a trial. They did not resolve it. And Sandy happened during the lawsuit pending. I mean, I don't know why they went forward with the trial. And, of course, they lost. And so the judge said, you need to make sure you're doing this and this and this and this. So that's something to educate your local emergency managers about, that this has become the enforcement mechanism in some ways, because I think they felt like the issue wasn't getting enough attention. So there was a case in L.A. I think there's one pending in Washington, D.C., and there was a judgment in New York. And I don't remember the name of the case, but
we can find
it. Or I could take your name or something and provide that to you. So that's just something, it's an education piece, and it's very helpful to talk about what the concerns were and what the judge mandated. Not perfect, but that's what's happening.
I believe a panel later on today will address that, the lawsuit, so there'll be some more information available. I'm afraid we're out of time for questions, but please feel free to network with us and the panelists for the rest of the day. Elaine?
Thanks so much. Well, that was a great panel. What a lot of information and things that I had never really thought about before. Great job. I wanted to let you know that at this point we have a period of time when you can go over and take a look at the tables in the expo. We have AT&T, we have Sprint Relay, we have Humetrix and Unis Tactus, which are some great new apps. And so take a look at their information, and then we'll take a break for lunch. We're going to try to get back around 12:15 for the panelists and for moderators, the interpreters. I'm sorry. Yes, of course, 1:15. Right. Thank you. For the panelists, interpreters, and moderators, and the CMR staff, we have a luncheon which is provided generously by Consumer Electronics Association, CEA, which is down. The luncheon is served down the hall to your right. If you have any trouble finding it, I can take you there, and we'll see you back here for. Oh, well, There are other luncheon options around here. We have a lot of food trucks out on 12th Street. There also is a cafeteria one floor up in the FCC. But if you want to go to the cafeteria here, you're going to need an escort. So approach one of us from the FCC and let us know, and we'll make sure to find an escort for you. Yes?
If somebody wants someplace that has good sandwiches and very close, even closer than the cafeteria, which I like on the FCC, getting to that cafeteria is actually interesting. If you just want to walk up 12th Street, there's the 12th Street Cafe.
That's true.
Which is within 150 feet of the front door of the FCC. They have good coffee, good sandwiches.
That's true. The 12th Street Cafe, just up the street on your left, and there's also a Potbelly's and a Starbucks. We got it all. Thank you so much. We'll see you at 1:15. Test. Well, I guess it's a few minutes after 1:15, and if people want to start taking their seats, we can start on the third panel. The third panel, of course, is going to discuss the ensuring and funding access to equipment, training, and broadband for people with cognitive disabilities. So if y'all can take a seat, and we can get started on the third panel. Thanks so much.
Do you want me to go ahead and get started?
I think so. Yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. I'm Maggie Nygren. I'm with the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, and I'll be moderating our session today on ensuring and funding access to equipment, training, and broadband. This is a very important panel. People with disabilities, and particularly people with intellectual disability, as a group, tend to be more likely to be poor, and they have less ability to purchase equipment, but also to pay for the ongoing service/data packages that come with those equipment. And in a world where internet access
is essential to being able to find important health, safety, education, and government services, not to mention participation in social exchange. Funding access to that equipment and those data services are vitally important. Today we have 4 panelists who are each going to be presenting. I'm going to introduce them just by their titles and affiliations today. If you're interested in their full bios, you can visit the FCC website. They're all listed there. We'll be beginning with Sue Swenson, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of OSERS in the U.S. Department of Education. Steve Bauer, Program Manager at NIDLR. Jody Griffith is next. She's an attorney advisor for the FCC Wireline Competition Bureau. And Abe Raffi, Director of Digital Strategy at the ARC, the U.S. We'll begin with you, Sue.
Thank you. I'm going to try to at least have a clock that I can see, because I don't want to still be talking to you 2 hours from now. I guess you'd stop me.
I would.
I'm going to back us up behind where I think my assignment was going to be today. I think my assignment was to talk about how to get items paid for. But I want to start instead by talking about how little we know about the market of people with disabilities, and particularly people who have intellectual or cognitive disabilities. What is the difference? How do they count themselves? How do we reach them? These are very difficult questions. In American business, it is not unusual to have half of the budget of product development in marketing, and trying to understand the marketplace and what are its wants and needs, what are the numbers of people who need things. And in government, our marketing budget is 0. So, and we're not supported generally by advocates or anyone else to try to figure out what their needs are. We just have to suffer the slings and arrows of not meeting their needs. So I just want to put that out. If we say that everything is individually planned, IEPs are all individual, and waivers are all planned individually, that may well be true, and it may mean that we are by hook or by crook meeting the needs of the individual person, but we don't have a picture, and we don't have an understanding of the segments that are being served. How are they the same or different? And I also don't want to lose cognitive disability in all of our discussions here today. I think intellectual disability and cognitive disability are 2 different things in my mind anyway. I do not have an intellectual disability as far as I know, but at various times in my life I have certainly been cognitively disabled by medications that I was taking after a surgery, which is a time when people can make mistakes that are really terrible mistakes. I've been cognitively disabled by having a son who kept me awake at night for hours and hours and hours for weeks and weeks and weeks. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, when you've been awakened for the 7th time that night, believe me, you have a cognitive disability. I had a bike accident when I was 13, and there's still 2 months that I can't remember. I know I had a cognitive disability around the loss of some knowledge that I should have retained from 8th grade that just went away. I think there are many, many other people who have, for example, they have a seizure disorder and they take a medication for it, and with the ups and downs of the medication, cognitive disability comes and goes. Or they have a seizure disorder which causes some cognitive limitations around the seizure. These are really important issues. It's not just aging and people with Alzheimer's disease or people with intellectual disabilities. Someone, a wise person, once explained to me that the reason I have an iPhone that has all kinds of stuff on it that's miniaturized so that I can use it on the iPhone is because of cognitive disability technology research that was funded by NIDLR. I mean, probably if you have an iPhone or any kind of phone, you have a little piece of NIDLR in it. But that has been generalized now so that it's used by everybody. And we all use, the promotions that NIDR made in cognitive and tech access helps to simplify our machines so that we can use them while we're driving down the street. That's not so good. But that is one of the ways that people are cognitively disabled when they're using technology, is when they are distracted by other issues. I would submit to you, to our previous panel on emergency preparedness, that everyone has a cognitive disability when there's genuinely an emergency going on. If your fire alarm is ringing and you smell smoke, believe me, you are not thinking straight. And we need to get around this idea that somehow cognitive disability is the other. It's really all of us. It's all of us, maybe not in our daily lives, but it's all of us at some time or another in our life. The Coleman Institute has been mentioned several times here today. I want to point out another distinction that I think is really important. When they formed that foundation all those years ago, they said they were going to focus on 3 kinds of technology for people with cognitive disabilities, and they were assistive technologies, which we talk about all the time, communication technologies, which are a huge part of FCC's agenda, and management technologies. And the ideas of management technologies are, what could we do better if we had better data systems that would help us deliver more to people with disabilities focused around their needs? The project that Peter Blank so kindly mentioned, we are calling the Automatic Personalization Computing Project. I call it the Cloud Project. It is an extension of something that was funded by NIDR some years ago called the Global Public Inclusive Infrastructure Project. You can look it up at gpii.net and see a really nice little example of what we're trying to achieve. But this iteration has a second piece to it. The GPII is meant to be something that no matter where you are, and this I think goes to the payment theories, but no matter where you are, no matter what web-enabled device you're using, you would have a login that would be unique to you. I've seen a decoder ring used to do this. It could be your fingerprint. It could be something that you just log in and type. But that no matter what web-enabled device you use, it would recognize your accessibility preferences or needs. And that means you can go to a kiosk at the airport and you're signing in for your airplane ticket, and the sign-in would be in a format that you could use. Or you're a kid at school who is using a computer at school, which typically now we pay someone to come in and make one machine accessible to you. We buy licenses for it. We keep you chained to that one machine. God forbid you want to go to the library or go home, because we're not letting you take the machine home. Well, now this new approach is, instead of that, we would have a child with a disability would have access to any computers in a school setting or in a library or at home or in a community college where they go next or in an after-school job that they have. Most of the cash registers in the United States now are just little web-enabled devices, and those could also be made to recognize the preferences of the person. I'm calling them preferences rather than accommodations for a reason, and I'm a little bit ambivalent about this. We have decided that, and the project manager decided that if we call it a preference, we don't need to worry so much about the stigma attached to using the system. So we want to make the system available to anyone. Whether you have a disability or not, you're not going to have to qualify for it. You're not going to have to show that you need it. It's just, if you prefer to listen to books instead of read books, then you can do that. Or if you prefer to have red type on a black background, you can do that. I think that's really an interesting and important piece to do. And then the extension to new thinking is, I was sitting around with these guys a couple of years ago, and I said, we don't have any way to market accommodations to people with disabilities. And what this system is going to do is going to work a little bit like the middleware in Amazon or Netflix. It's going to be, hey, we noticed you use these things. You might also like this. And the this might actually be hardware, not a computer interface. But it might be, we noticed you're looking for these things. Have you considered these other? Because I believe in my heart that marketing is a human service. I think we have, in the old days, you may not be surprised to know that markets in the United States were divided into 66 segments, and there was a 67th segment that consisted of national parks and institutions that served people with developmental disabilities. The assumption was that this was a location where no purchasing decisions were made. And we've gone beyond that now, and people with disabilities are living in ordinary communities and have the same needs as everyone else who lives in a community. But we don't really know how to market to people. We don't know how to describe them when we go. I think that's what it's going to take for us to get these things paid for big. We don't know in a community how many people have accommodation needs when they're using the internet. We don't know in a community how many people have what sorts of needs. I'm not talking about counting people. I'm talking about just taking a bold guess that among 20,000 people living in a small town, we think there'll be at least this many who need these kinds of accommodations. We don't know that. So, and then I want to focus you a little bit on the market of people who take care of people with disabilities. In the world of self-advocacy, it's very important to focus on the disabled person as the spokesperson for their needs. But families who are making commitments to caring for elders with Alzheimer's or young people with developmental disabilities, or now adults with developmental disabilities who are being asked to live at home with their parents until their parents die. Those folks, those families, on an unpaid basis, are providing about $500 billion worth of support that there's no way we could pay for if they went away. And we need to think about what is it that they need. They also need broadband access. They also need web devices to help them find solutions, apply for services, make reports, all of the other things that you and I take for granted in our lives, and Medicaid and other systems that serve and support them aren't very good at reaching them. My last thing is on IDEA. We talk about IDEA a lot as a source of funding for devices. We still are struggling to get out of that old mindset where the communications expert comes in and designs some little expensive standalone device. So a $10,000 device that's personally engineered for that person. And we find still in some schools will buy iPads for every kid except the kid with a disability. Or they'll only buy a communication device that's been engineered. They will refuse to replace that with an ordinary iPad with a couple of apps on it. So this is a culture change. We're changing approaches here, and I think it's going to take a while to do that. I think in the future we had better start thinking about how we have a record of students' accommodations. Because as you guys describe all the apps that people are using and all the accommodations, and even when I talk about automatic personalization, there's skill and knowledge required to manage all of these things, to know how to use them. You have to know how to use Pro Loquo to go. You have to know how to use many of these other things. And people with disabilities are never given credit anywhere for that knowledge base. I think the IEP, we should begin to use a transcript to really keep track of what are the accommodations that a student is learning how to use while they're in school, and think of it as a skill that can be given credit. I run into people on the other side who say, no, you can't do that. That's a privacy issue. You can't put on the transcript that somebody is using Bookshare or something, because then everybody will know they're blind. Well, you can probably see that they're blind, A. B, I think this younger generation has much less concern about privacy than we think they do. And I think that's going to be shifting over time, this idea that somehow disability is something we should be ashamed of and hide in our deepest files. I think we're going to have to get to a stage where we just frankly and blankly recognize, I'm Sue and these are the accommodations that I use. And you don't like it, you can lump it. And we should, I think, begin to use the transcript in a school to record more than just what classes a kid with a disability has taken. After all, a transcript is a rich source of information for children who take AP classes or IB classes. Those are all recorded in their transcript. And we're not using that at all. There's nothing in it that's recording what's going forward with accommodations. I think these are all parts of how we get to know more about the market so that we can begin to understand not just how can we pay for things, but what will it take? Because ultimately, how you pay for things is with money, and if you don't know how much money you need, you can't pay for it. Sorry, I went long.
It's all right. Thank you, Sue. Next up, Steve Bauer.
Well, thank you. I want to tell everybody I'm very happy to be here today. I'm representing the National Institute on Disability, Independent Living, and Rehabilitation Research, and I want to start, before I do anything, I want to acknowledge and thank Sue for her discussion of some of the work that NIDR has funded in the past. That's a very nice thing. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to introduce NIDR now. I'm going to say what we are, what we do or did, and future opportunities relevant to today's discussion. And formerly, the National Institute on Disability and Rehabilitation Research was created under the Rehab Act at the end of the 1970s, and they were formerly under the Department of Education. We have recently moved under the Department of Health and Human Services, and we are under an umbrella organization called the Administration on Community Living. We have sister institutes under the ACL that pertain to policy, independent living, developmental disability, and aging. And we are the only institute under the ACL that has a statutory authority to conduct research and development activities. So that's actually highly valued in the ACL, and so there's a lot of discussion about how we can optimize NIDR's role within the ACL. There'll be significant. This is my prediction. I'm off the chart here. My prediction is there'll be significant opportunities for inter-institute leveraging in the future, but that's going to follow programmatic discussion, and I would predict it's going to be 12 months or 24 months out before we start seeing opportunities. I don't think there's going to be any diminishment in what NIDR does, but I think that there may be opportunities to get more work done. So I think because of the sister agencies and how we might interact with them. So I think that may be a good thing. Not a bad thing. Okay, so what we are. So NIDR essentially it's a federal agency, and we fund work. We provide grants to people doing work related to disability, and I'll get into more detail in a minute. The type of grants we have rehabilitation engineering research centers, disability rehabilitation research projects, rehabilitation research training centers, small business innovation research, field-initiated projects, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go through all of them. There's about 9 types. In terms of grant activities, NIDR supports research, development, training, technical assistance, capacity building, and knowledge translation. And those activities are distributed across the 9 different types of grants that I didn't enumerate. Especially relevant in terms of today's discussion, especially relevant grant types would be the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Centers and Disability Rehabilitation Research Projects, Small Business Innovation Research, and Field-Initiated programs. They support research and development activities. And the difference would be is that the RERCs and the DRIPs are large center-type grants that have great large capacity to conduct research and development, whereas field-initiated and small business innovation research are essentially small research and development efforts, research and/or development efforts. In terms of training and technical assistance, and capacity building, but specifically training and technical assistance, you'd have to look to primarily to the rehabilitation research training centers and knowledge translation centers. And these are centers that are also large training and technical assistance efforts. So NIDLR is providing funding in areas that are broadly relevant to disability and in today's discussion. Amongst all the projects that I could talk about, and there are many actually, there's many small and large projects I could talk about. I'm going to focus especially on the rehabilitation engineering research centers, and as I said, they can do a lot of research and development activity, and they've been responsible for a lot of the more significant accomplishments under NIDR and now NIDLR. And if I can touch on some of the sort of categories. I'm not using the official names for these rehabilitation engineering research centers, but they would include a wireless RERC, an RERC for information and communication technology access, RERCs for hearing, for vision, for communication, and for cognition. That would be the accessible advancing cognitive technologies. And that would be in Colorado. Again, Sue has already referred to this. So especially relevant RERC activities that are fairly current or in the recent past, and I'm just going to mention these to give you a flavor of how broad the research and development activities of the RERC system is and how they might pertain directly to the issue of telecommunications and telecommunication access and use by persons with cognitive disabilities. So we have two of our RERC directors currently on the FCC Disability Advisory Committee. I can give names and references for people that like afterward. We have one director that has been extremely active in FCC telecommunications policy development. Universal design concepts. We have 3 people in the RERC system that were founding members of the original universal design principles and early on in the process of generalizing those principles beyond the built environment to products and telecommunications, information and communication technology. We have 2 grantees that have projects that are referred to as something like an application factory or a device factory or an application or device factory, and these are projects that where money that under the grant is people apply for mini grants under those centers, and they have to go through a screening process, always involving people with disabilities, always involving review of the application to ensure that it meets all the principles that have been established for accessibility and usability, and various other steps. And eventually, these applications are actually transferred to. They're actually sold through the Google App Store. One of the applications has had 50,000 downloads. So that doesn't mean 50,000 are being used, but it's been downloaded 50,000 times, which is not a bad thing. So this is an efficient and flexible way of meeting changing needs in the marketplace. And addressing these needs in changing marketplace in the changing marketplace under a federally funded with the assistance of federal funding. So very excited about those projects. We have people working in cloud and global public inclusive infrastructure projects. Again, Sue talked about that. Two areas that NIDLR is currently funding under that broad project that is directly relevant to persons with disabilities it's called the First Discovery Tool, which is a way of identifying. I'm going to bend a little bit on the wording, but needs and preferences of persons with and without disabilities. So essentially, how to quickly generate a profile, and then based on the characteristics of that person in the profile, you then match that. You then either adapt the interface or you adapt the application you're using, or you can actually go and find and download other applications. And the second part is something called the shopping tool. That is a part of the GPII that actually matches preferences and need profiles to applications that may be available in the marketplace. So that's pretty exciting. Those pertain. And NIDLR is funding projects that are going to meet the needs of people with disabilities, but these are more broadly universal. So they meet the needs of people with disabilities first to obtain the funding, but they are universal concepts. We have people working in crowdsourcing for real-time communication and problem solving. That's at Carnegie Mellon University. We have a very large, long-term database of people that are using wireless technologies. There was a gentleman from CTIA. He's probably familiar with this database, and many companies from the industry have gone and used this database over time. It's 10, 12, 13 years old now, and it has thousands of people in it. In terms of opportunities, we have the RERC, the DRIPS, the RRTCs focused on research development, training and technical assistance. Those are the areas that we said we had needs. And so we are going to have future grant solicitations, and it would be very easy for people to construct proposals that are in the area of cognitive disability and telecommunication. Very easy, because most of our solicitations nowadays are field initiated in 3 broad areas, and an RERC DRIP or an RRTC could fit easily into one or a few of those areas. Another opportunity that I'd like to put out there is the idea of knowledge exchange. And that would be, I'm suggesting a more regular or permanent exchange, meetings and exchange of information between the FCC and NIDLR, so that these two agencies are aware of what each other is doing. And I'll give you an example in a second. Earlier in the day, it was mentioned that the FCC had conducted 2 large surveys pertaining to cognitive disability and telecommunication. If that information isn't made available, or isn't known to NIDLR, and more importantly, the community of people that might write proposals for grants, then we are much less likely to have grantees conducting research, development, training, and technical assistance that will meet the needs that are identified in these surveys. So I think that knowledge exchange is important. And I'm also going to go one step further, and this is not something that I would approve, but I'm suspecting that if you're a federal agency and you're doing surveys and generating knowledge, that we may be able to, and I say may because I'm not the decision maker, we may be able to put a link on the national, I'm always getting this wrong, the National Rehabilitation Institute for I forget what NARIC stands for. I always do this. I'm sorry. But anyway, it's our clearinghouse. It's the clearinghouse for information coming out. NARIC, yeah. So it's the information clearinghouse for everything that's done at NIDLR and by NIDLR grantees. And if, for instance, these FCC surveys there was a little blurb and a link to these survey results, then all the people that care about NIDLR, all the people that might write grant proposals, all the people that have grants may be influenced in what they do in the future. So that's a very easy, no-cost way of refocusing research, development, training, and technical assistance efforts on areas of need as identified in today's meeting. So with that, my last happy note is that the grant forecast for NYLER's grant forecast will be coming out soon, and all are invited.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, Jody Griffin.
Hello. I'm Jody. I work here at the FCC as well in the Wireline Bureau, and I was asked to come here to give a brief overview of our Lifeline program. Lifeline is one of the programs in the that's funded by the Universal Service Fund. And Lifeline is specifically targeted at low-income households. It is not specific to people with disabilities, but as we all know, people with disabilities can also be low-income as well as people without disabilities. So the Lifeline program began in 1985, but it has evolved quite a bit since then. What it is a subsidy of $9.25 per month per household for eligible low-income consumers for voice services. The subsidy can go up to $34.25 per month if it's a consumer who lives on tribal lands. But for most areas in the country, the subsidy is $9.25 per month. And as I said, it is for one household, but there is a worksheet that you can fill out if you live in a group living facility or if there are two separate economic units who live at the same address. You can certify that to your carrier and each get a separate Lifeline benefit. So the way you qualify for Lifeline is you can either demonstrate that you have income that is at or below 135% of the poverty level, or you can show that you participate in other federal or state programs that are also income-based, like SNAP, which was formerly known as food stamps, or public housing assistance, or Medicaid, and there were a few others, but I won't go through the whole list. But those are the two ways that you can demonstrate that you are eligible for Lifeline. You demonstrate that to your carrier. The carrier can sign you up for a Lifeline plan and then comes back to an organization called the Universal Service Administrative Company, which administers the fund and asks for reimbursement, $9.25 per consumer per month. So that is how the program currently functions. So one thing I mentioned that comes up a lot nowadays is that the program currently funds voice. And as a practical matter, that often means for this program that it's a wireless voice product that has fairly little data included in the package, if anything at all, because the program itself is only funding the voice component of it. And now the Commission is in the process of considering how it can modernize the program. It issued a notice of proposed rulemaking last summer and has received comments on ways to modernize the program, specifically to bring it to broadband, to revamp the program so that it can support broadband services. And the idea is that this is much more useful for households for getting information about civic participation or how to get a job or educational resources, particularly for families with kids that, they can help. A lot of kids nowadays are getting assignments for homework that involve using a broadband connection. And if you don't have broadband at home, that's what we call the homework gap, and you're at a significant disadvantage. So for these reasons and others, we are looking at how we can change the program so that it includes broadband. We're also soliciting comment on other ways to modernize the program, like changing the verification process for consumers so that it's a neutral third party instead of the carrier who currently runs the verification process now. Both in large part because having the carrier who receives the subsidy verify eligibility can create an incentive to enroll people or otherwise claim reimbursement for people who are not actually eligible for the program. There can also be privacy considerations there as well. And so we are asking a lot of questions about what that could look like and how we could do that. And I'll add a couple more things specific to people with disabilities. We did ask questions about the community of people with disabilities or communities, and how broadband in particular could be used by people with disabilities, or what benefits that could bring to people with disabilities that we should be considering as we're thinking about what services should be supported by the Lifeline program, and whether there should be certain minimum standards to the service in order to get Lifeline dollars. And we also asked about if there are any unique or particular outreach efforts that would be needed to make sure that everybody who is eligible for the program knows about it and has a meaningful choice to participate in it if they think it would be useful to them. So, as I said, this process is still ongoing. The FCC has not issued a final order as of yet in response to the notice of proposed rulemaking. But we have an open docket on it. We are meeting with people and talking with people, and I'm hopeful that I can talk to more people here today, and I'm happy to hear any thoughts you have on how that program could be best modernized, in particular to focus on, or for today, to focus on how it can reach people with cognitive disabilities and make sure that they're being served by all the possibilities that broadband offers, just like everybody else.
Next up is Abe Rafi.
Thanks, Maggie, and thanks to the FCC for creating this space where we could talk about this really interesting issue, an important one. As I was listening to the previous panels, it struck me how great it is that we can talk about needs. That's the main word in this session. And if you remember computing in the 90s or 80s, and what you needed to do to compute then, the word that arose was computer literacy, right? And personal computing. Now we don't even think about personal computing. We all have these things strapped to our bodies all the time. It's part of our person. But computer literacy is still around. And it was literacy is the word because you needed to be able to read, to get into MS-DOS, type in all the commands, make sense of the abstract information that was coming out of it, navigate complex menus. We don't do that today. We use things that you see a picture, you touch it, it does what it should do. That's what mainstream users use, and that's what people with cognitive disabilities are using too. It's opening up a whole new world that we can now address for the first time. So although we're talking about needs and these gaps and how negative it is, it really is, I think the ARC is trying to celebrate that we can actually make some changes in this space now. And so to start thinking about how we can imagine solutions to these needs, which is what we're trying to do, I'm going to give a few stories of what we're seeing at the ARC. First, we're being inundated with young adults who are coming to us from schools already knowing how to use a lot of technology because they're using it in their schools. They've already mastered how to communicate, meet their needs, express themselves as much as they can with what's available. There's limitations there. But they're inundating our chapter staff, and sometimes our staff don't know how to use the technology as much as they do. So that's a great problem to have. And that's what's working around learning. Around living, we're finding examples of smart home technology that are allowing people to live more independently and autonomously without having a person living with them all the time, as it has been in the past. And at work, one quick story, a person from a chapter was getting job coaching, went first day of the job without the coach there, was going through a trial period. Boss comes in, there's a big client here today, I need a cup of coffee. Now, this person had never used this particular type of coffee machine before, and he's at risk of maybe losing his job. So what did he do? He pulled out his iPhone and FaceTimed his job coach. So his job coach could see what was happening. He could communicate with the person and with the coach, walk him through it, and a coffee pot was done in 5 minutes. And maybe he needs that a couple more times before he gets it, but he has job security. So we're seeing these things pop up, but they're coming faster than anybody can really pay attention to, which I think is what everyone has been talking about here. The world of apps is enormous. There's a lot of snake oil out there too. There's not a lot of evidence. It's hard to keep the pace of research, going with the pace of new technology emerging to get that kind of evidence. So the ARC is thinking about how to solve this for our own needs and for the market in general. And the strength that we think we can bring is our size. We serve 1 million people with intellectual and developmental disabilities every year through about 120,000 staff. And we're seeing what solutions are working, but we're needing help to figure out how to help people find the solutions that meet their needs, and then help train them to use it. And I'm going to get to funding eventually. But first, let me show you how we're solving the first problem. If the AV people who are listening closely could, thank you, pull up the screen. So this is actually what Chairman Wheeler mentioned at the beginning of our session. This is the ARC's Tech Toolbox. It's a place you can go to online if you'd like to, and I'll show this later. It's toolbox.thearc.org. Or you can Google the ARC Tech Toolbox. And it's a directory of both devices, so hardware, and apps that are specifically useful to this population. And not only are they loaded in here, but each one is tagged according to the kinds of tags that our research shows people want to look for products by. So right now you're seeing all about 500 products in the site. And can you see this well? Maybe I can zoom in here. Just give me a second. So I want to show you the search feature. By default, it's showing you all products useful for any goal that match any user needs, any features, and are good for any age and any price. And so you're seeing all $4.95. But you can filter to find just the aisle of the supermarket that you want to go down. So say you just want to find software. This is not just a demo. I'll get through this quickly, but I do want to get this across. And now it reduces it to 244 products, and you can pick a goal that you're trying to reach. And we went to our chapter staff to find out what are the goals that are most relevant to our population. If you go to the Apple store or the Google store, you won't find categories along the lines that are relevant to our population. So independent living is a goal. And then, I'm zoomed in too much. And then there are sub-goals like scheduling and being on time, money management, household tasks, or communication goals like expressing thoughts in person, using the phone. I'm looking for apps or devices that will help me do those things. That's my goal. Interpersonal relationship goals, education, you get the idea. Let's pick communication, and let's look at all communication goals. It'll think, and then it'll reduce the number of products that are out there. And then I'm looking for software useful for communication that meets certain user needs. And we've bucketed those into different categories, like user operates devices by using maybe their hands without fine motor control, maybe voice commands, maybe their mouth, maybe their eyes. User understands symbols or pictures, no text, or simple language text or spoken text. User views information with screen magnification or other things. And then if you're looking for specific features, because you know what features work well for you, like touchscreens are a big one that a lot of people in our population like to use, but maybe you need it to mount on a wheelchair, you can add those too. And you can further filter by age or price. And then each product, like let's pick this one. This is not a canned presentation, this part, so I don't know what I'm going to show you. But here's an app called Speak for Yourself. It's a augmentative and alternative communication app. Works on the iPad. You can see this product fits users who operate devices by using hands without fine motor control, view information with high contrast images, and etc. And then, if I can scroll down, every app has reviews. And so we're trying to create some sense in the space based on the peers who use these apps. So each review allows the reviewer to note the 3 goals that they found this product most useful for, the story of their experience with this product, the strengths and the weaknesses of the product. So we think that this is going to help people find their aisle in the supermarket and then start to compare products to decide what could work for them, because there's a lot of diversity in the population. There's no one size fits all. It takes some work to do that, and we're hoping to help people do that way better than just a Google search, which often can take you down mysterious winding paths that lead nowhere. You can also add a review. Anybody can add a review. Anybody can add a tool. Goal being to start to generate a sense of what the users in the market think about the products out there. And with a fire hose of products coming out, we can start to filter that someplace where people can make sense of it. So this gets us a little bit better than a Google search and a little bit better than nothing towards the goal of integrating tech into your life to help you achieve something. But there's still a lot more to go. So we recently were awarded a grant from Google to fund us for the next 30 months to get us further along towards making the match The first thing we're going to do is we're going to create an artificial intelligence recommender system. So right now you go to Netflix and you can see, like, I use Netflix a lot, and apparently I really like visually striking movies. And because Netflix has watched what I watch and watched what other people watch and said, you're probably going to like these movies, they're probably going to match you based on what other people like you do. I grew up in the 90s and went to Blockbuster. There was no category called visually striking movies. I was like cerebral documentaries, and there's nothing for that either. So this is what we can do now is we can find everybody's niche and we can match them to the product. But you need to get the data about the person. So right now you can't do that in this site. The site requires you to kind of understand tech a bit, understand what you need, and then hunt and compare and read a lot to find something. Over the next year, we're going to pilot a tool, a recommender system you'll be able to put in information about you, the person with IDD, what tech you've used in the past, what you liked or didn't like about it, your user needs and preferences, and other things about you. It'll look at data about a lot of other people and spit out some recommendations to you. And then we'll look at what you do with that recommendation to continually inform this kind of simple artificial intelligence. To get the data, we need to use the asset that the ARC has, which is our large population that we have a high-touch relationship with, and we'll be doing a data-gathering challenge over the next 6-9 months to get that data out and inform this algorithm. So that's one thing, and we're looking for help to create actually the form that we'll use to gather this data. And we're talking to folks about that. If anybody wants to talk about that after this, I'd love to talk to you. The second, so then that helps a bit. Now you're getting recommendations, but you still have to figure out how to buy the technology. You have to figure out how do you get it. You have to figure out how to configure it, troubleshoot it, and then the hard thing is actually learn to master it. Whether you have a disability or not, that can be really hard. Then after you master it, what new worlds does it open up to you? If you master a tablet, now a lot of apps could be available to you to help you with different things. How do you think through that? So if you're lucky right now, you can go to a chapter of the ARC and you can find someone in that chapter, if you're lucky, who can help you with your specific problem based on who you are. Or they can go down the hall and find someone who can help you. But often those people are sparsely scattered around the nation. But they don't have to be. Virtually, we could bring them all together, and we're going to be creating a virtual coaching service. So you can come into the site, request a coach, fill in your form that talks about you and what you've used in the past, what you're trying to do, and we'll gather a pool of people who are applying to be clients of coaches. We think often they'll be assisted with an ally who could be a relative or a local staff member of the ARC who would find out about this and actually help them, go through it. And then on the other end, we're creating a pool of coaches. And we're going to start just with staff from chapters of the ARC who have this expertise, but eventually open it up to anybody, and we'll be vetting people to apply to be coaches. And we'll tag you according to your expertise, your experience, what kinds of people you're good at coaching, what kinds of products you're good at training people to use. And then we'll match people, and we'll set up coaching sessions over video telephony. So you can use Skype or Google Hangout, and all the coaching work will be captured in a case management system. And so that'll further inform our algorithm that makes recommendations. And we'll also be rating the coaches and that kind of thing. So that's how we're going to try to get to matching people with technology. How are we going to get to funding? So first we think we're going to be able to use this data in ways that are going to enable the private industry to make better products or tweak their existing inventory better, because we're seeing a trend. They're coming to us pretty frequently looking for help on how to take an existing inventory that they've spent a lot of money in creating and have kind of saturated their existing user base with. They still compete over margins, but they're looking for 10% of the population that's needing technology. That's a dirt road that they have not paved yet, and they don't know how to pave it. They don't understand the demand of that. That's one problem. So we think we can give them a actionable sense of the demand based on the data that this produces. So right now, if you go to the site, everything you click will be tracked. We know what kind of devices you're searching for, and we know if you're getting any results. Or are all those results really expensive? Are you actually clicking through to click on any of those products? And if you're not, that indicates a hole in the market. So companies are interested in finding demand from us. They're also looking for product development help. And we think they can get that a little bit by just looking through the site and seeing which products seem to be doing well and learn from the features of those products and build those in. But beyond that, we've also started doing a small amount of consultation to help them kind of leapfrog that problem and develop products better. at the early design phase. And then distributing and marketing, built in, anybody can post an app or device, and that'll get it to our population. But we're also going to be allowing companies to test their products with us, and we'll put a stamp of approval on it to let people know this actually works well for people with characteristics ABC, pursuing goal DEF. And that'll allow those companies to cause their products to float higher, and allow our coaches to recommend those products with some evidence behind them. So that's one way we're going to try to get products out into the market in a better way, increase the conversation between suppliers and demanders, which right now there's a big gap there doesn't need to be. And then for government, we're looking for ways that we can get data out of this that'll inform government on more cost-effective ways to spend their existing budgets towards technology. We think that if we can get evidence out of here that shows people are achieving outcomes at higher rates based on this evidence, then government will be smarter about how, and we can make arguments to government agencies about how to spend that money. For example, I'm actually interested in talking to you about Department of Education, because one of our goals is to create a portal to this for special education teachers who are currently acting often as coaches in this way, helping a person master technology in order to achieve an education outcome. Our coaches will be able to consult to each other through the system. So if they run into a client that they've never worked with, they're exhibiting some problem, what they've tried isn't working, they can talk to other coaches about it, and it can be a kind of a learning place for these coaches. And in the same way that we'll be tracking the progress of the clients inside the ARC in order to improve the coach's performance, we think potentially it could be valuable to special ed teachers too. And potentially when a family goes in to advocate for an IEP for a child, they could point out that if the school uses this system to inform the selection of devices, it'll achieve higher education outcomes for the student. So that's a couple of years away probably. First we need to prove it inside the network, and then we'd like to take it to schools and potentially others too. So that's the direction we're going. And again, thanks to the FCC for creating the space for this conversation.
Well, thank you, Abe. Would everyone join me in thanking our panel? And we have a few minutes for questions. There is a wired mic, and I'm not sure if we have a floating mic.
We have a floating mic if anybody needs it.
Okay.
So Amy Goldman from Pennsylvania, which, little known fact, there are probably more people living in rural areas in Pennsylvania than in any other state, even Idaho. But one of the problems that we have, and I guess this is directed towards the FCC, is coverage of wireless signals, broadband, the whole 9 yards. So that has created some inequities. Again, it's not specific to people with disabilities, but surely affecting not just Pennsylvania rural communities, but I would gather others. So what is the FCC doing to help promote coverage?
Yes. One of the big efforts that the FCC makes to promote coverage is another program within the Universal Service Fund called the Connect America Fund. It focuses on what we call high-cost areas, which are often rural areas because they are more expensive to build to. And we are now just moving into, I believe, what we call Phase 2, which was a more recent disbursement of money to carriers who would accept a particular amount of money that the FCC offered in exchange for building out to certain areas that don't have coverage at all right now. And more generally, we also have annual reports in which we try to figure out what is the state of deployment of broadband, and if broadband is not being deployed sufficiently, then the FCC is directed by statute to then consider, well, what else can we do to encourage more deployment in the first place, and then more competition where there might be some deployment but not competition between carriers that gives consumers more choices.
Matt Kaplowitz, Bridge Multimedia. This isn't really a question. It's really just a shout out to Neidler. we, in partnership with American Foundation for the Blind and Pearson Learning, got a field-initiated grant about 9 or 10 years ago, and we came in with this off-the-wall proposal to do something called streaming media for K-12 education learning platforms. There was nothing like that at the time. We got a 2-year grant. We partnered with Pearson Learning. We had a great program officer. The technology that we developed became part of the Pearson technology ecosystem. It's evolved since then, and there's been several other projects that have been spawned for discovery learning and others. And I just encourage anyone that is looking at, putting in a grant. This is heavy lifting, no matter what. But I really encourage anyone that is looking at innovation to consider what's there, because this particular part of the government is certainly technology ready, technology savvy, technology inviting, and so just a word of encouragement and thanks.
Well, I just want to thank you. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement, and I'm glad you were successful.
Michael Waymeyer, Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities. This is really more of a statement than a question. But I, too, want to acknowledge the work of NIDER and NIDLR. Almost all the research I talked about this morning was funded through what was then NIDER. What we don't know about what features of technology best support people with cognitive disabilities, the linkages between using technology and the outcomes that we want is a mere, we know so little about all of this. And quite honestly, what we do know has been funded through NIDER SBIRs. There were 2 NIDER DRIPS, Disability Rehab Research Projects, funded on cognitive technology 15 years ago. I directed one. There was another one. And then, of course, the RERC. Nobody else is funding anything around cognitive issues. We haven't had funding to do any work in this area for the better part of 6 or 7 years. I appreciate that we can all come into the field initiated with our proposal, but there's a great deal of bias, even among reviewers at the federal and other levels, about what people with cognitive disabilities can do. And I don't know how many times I've gotten reviews that said, well, why would we do that with these people? They can't learn, work, blah, 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 blah. There's got to be some. We can't continue with just kind of guessing what will be best. And I think there's got to be mechanisms to test these questions and to do that. So those of you who have some sway, this isn't a plea for NIDER to fund more cognitive disability, but nobody is. So somebody, we've got to find some way to fund this necessary work. So
may I answer the non-question? So, Mike, I think you're touching on a really key and important issue. I often say the American bureaucracy is a flower of civilization. And you can tell it is because we can fund research. And, there are many, many, even advanced democracies in this world where money can't go for research because it will go to some party member's good buddy over here, or in parliamentary systems where there's no separation between executive branch and legislative branch, these things get mushed up. And anyway, people in a lot of countries look at us and say, wow, your bureaucracy really works. And one of the ways that, having it show in research is really important, because I think the research base, you would know the answer to this better than I do, but I think the research base, at least in intellectual and cognitive disabilities and developmental disabilities in the world, is maybe 70 or 80% U.S. research. So we're driving the worldwide understanding of what disability is. Advocates almost never come forward and say, we need more money for research. I mean, my beef is they never come and say, we need more money to support federal bureaucratic administrative systems. So they say, oh, your systems will be interoperable, but they don't actually fund us to be interoperable. That's a problem. But advocates also don't step forward and say, we really need to be funding research. So this is just a general plea for people to pay attention to what Mike just said. It is a question of how do we put this together. The other thing is, though, in the parliamentary systems, they're a little bit better at putting together agendas than we are. So they'll have a green paper, and then they'll have a white paper, and then they'll decide, and then they'll have a comprehensive plan. And that's not how it works for us with federal, state, and local separations. So I think it wouldn't hurt for us to sit down and really think of right now at this moment, what would we do if we could invent a research agenda in this area. And I think it would be interesting to put that together even if there isn't any money to direct, just to sort of breathe some life into the people who are doing the work.
And if I could answer to this in the spirit of if there is no money, if the ARC can get data that could inform research, or if we might be, as a side effect of this work, producing data that a researcher could target with interesting questions that could move things forward, we'd love to work with those folks to see if we can steer this in that direction.
This is probably a good stopping point for this panel. Please again join me in thanking our panelists. And I believe Elaine has some comments.
Well, not so much comments, but I just wanted to say that we're going to have a little break now for 15 minutes. I understand there's still plenty of food. It's like Thanksgiving over there. New food. Even if you've gone up to the table before, there's new stuff there. So please partake of the lovely refreshments that are provided by the Consumer Electronics Association. And then we'll get back at around 2:30 and have our final panel. Thank you so much. I hope everybody's had a chance to get something to eat, and maybe we can get started again on our last panel. So I wanted to introduce, for those of you who don't know her, Karen Peltz-Strauss, who's the Deputy Chief of the Bureau. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, I hope you're still awake and that our heavy food didn't put you all to sleep, because this panel is going to be one of the most important ones here, as it talks about how we take all the fantastic information that was pulled together by the other panels today and make something of it. This event is not the end. This is just the beginning. We've had a small group here today, but it's been the thought leaders of these issues, and the amount of information was extraordinary, and will be matched by the amazing panelists that we have on this panel. Let me introduce them really briefly, because I've been told not to take too much time on that, because we do have bios. And then I also want to take a little bit of time to tell you about what we've been doing here at the FCC to respond to the needs of people with cognitive and intellectual disabilities. So just really quickly, we have Andy Imparato, who is Executive Director of the Association of University Centers on Disabilities, formerly with Senator Harkin's office, formerly before that with the American Association of People with Disabilities, a powerhouse in the field of disability law and rights. We have Peter Blank, who is the university professor at Syracuse University, also chairman of the Burton Blatt Institute. Again, just like there's so many extraordinary things on each person's resume that I don't know what to pull out, other than for Peter to say that he seems to have graced the halls of virtually every Ivy League institution in America, from Stanford to Harvard to Princeton, and along the way of his legal career did clerkships and held leadership positions in almost every aspect critical to expanding disability access. So read more, again, on the web. Robert Pearson is the Accessibility Officer for the Accessible Media Incorporated, and he comes to us from Canada. So welcome, and thank you for making the journey. He is responsible for maintaining, working on media accessibility, setting accessibility standards, encouraging the development of industry solutions, and as the other panelists are, with the ultimate goal of creating an inclusive environment. And finally, but not least, Dr. Scott Michael Robertson happens to be on our Disability Advisory Committee as well, and is currently a policy advisor on the youth policy team of the Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. He, too, has a long history in advocacy, including being the founding vice president of the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, and serving as a fellow, as a Joseph P. Kennedy Jr. Fellow in the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Again, I could go on, but I'm going to make this short because we have a lot to cover. I did want to take just a couple of minutes to talk about some of the laws that affect some of the issues that we talked about today. And I think that you've heard on occasion mention of the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. I'm hoping that everybody in this room is acquainted with it. I was concerned, I will say, that when I read the report to the President on leveling the playing field, on improving technology access and design for people with intellectual disabilities, that it's not really mentioned, and neither is Section 255. The CVAA requires, it doesn't encourage, it requires advanced communication services and products to access those services to be accessible to people with disabilities. And that covers people with cognitive, intellectual, and developmental disabilities. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It has to be done. Section 255 similarly has the same requirement for telecommunications products and services. Section 255 was adopted back in 1996. The CVAA, the first law I spoke about, was adopted in 2010. So we should really be there, and we're not. We're clearly not. There's clearly gaps, and that's what we want to do, is try to close those gaps. But I did want to let you know that they do have an obligation. We do have a complaint procedure. We have an informal complaint procedure where if you feel that there is a phone that is not accessible to you, you can bring a complaint with us. Initially, for these types of complaints, we have a request for a dispute resolution process, and basically it's a request for dispute assistance process. Basically, this allows our attorneys to work with the individual bringing the request for assistance and to work with the industry, the companies involved, and to try to reach a solution. So what happens is the individual comes to us and says, I have a problem. I can't access a certain phone or phones or services or communications systems. And we then say, okay, if you're bringing your concern under Section 255 or under the Advanced Communications Services provisions of the CVAA, you can't first bring a complaint. You first have to go through this dispute assistance process in which we will try to help you formulate what you need, and we will work with the company to try to get you what we need. We have so far resolved, I think, every complaint or every concern that's been brought to us in that manner since that process has been in effect, which is, I guess, now going on about 2 years. So I just wanted you to know that this exists and share it with your community. So, we'd rather not have complaints. We'd rather have upfront processes and coordination with the industry to build in accessibility during the design stage, but you should know that this exists. We also, of course, have rules governing telecommunications relay services. A lot of these services, as was mentioned today, can have application for people with cognitive, intellectual, and developmental disabilities. One thing that we're working on now is proceeding to, we haven't started the proceeding, but we've been asked to start a proceeding to replace our requirements for TTY compatibility with real-time text in an IP environment. That is potentially huge for this community because TTYs, as you know, send text across telephone lines, but TTYs have very limited capabilities. They're slow, They're half duplex mode, which means each side has to take turns. And most importantly, they have very limited characters. It's mostly the English alphabet. Real-time text can be done in both directions. It could be voice and data or voice and text at the same time. So if somebody's not understanding something, somebody could type it perhaps, or vice versa. They can voice it. Also, the characters there's much greater potential for all types of characters, including emojis. So if you have somebody that can understand something better with a picture, you can send it with real-time text. So we're going to be having a notice of proposed rulemaking, hopefully sometime this year in response to the petition, this year or early next year. I'm not committing to any time, but we're hoping to try to move this proceeding because we think it's very important on a lot of different levels. Of course, we also have rules requiring closed captioning on nearly all of our programming. There's 100% for new programming with some limited exemptions, 75% for older programming shown first before 1998. Both closed captioning and video description are ways to provide redundancy of information. So somebody that's having either slow processing or difficulty understanding, if you provide that information in both a visual and an audio form, it's going to be easier to understand. So, these are types of things that maybe need to be shared with the community if they're not already. And finally, we do have a complaint process generally for, as I mentioned, all of these different types of laws, and we've done a lot. We've for example, undertaken initiatives to ensure that people with brain injuries, veterans with brain injuries, can find accessible telecommunications. We've directed companies to provide consumers with better explanations of their telephone services. We've helped people find equipment that's easier for them to operate. And I do want to mention that earlier today, somebody mentioned the difficulty of turning on and off captions, especially in a hotel. Hotels are tricky because a lot of times you don't have access to the captioning button. The hotel part of it would fall under Title III of the ADA. However, the captioning button part of it on televisions is under our jurisdiction, and we do have rules, in fact, that are going to go into place requiring an easy-to-use button, an on-off, basically, button, key, or icon for captioning to make it a lot easier to turn on and off. I know that on my television, which is old, it's around 8 steps. And in order to get to the captions, you have to press menu twice. And then you have to go into a whole other menu and then find the language and then find the captioning and then find the on and off button. You have to be an engineer to be able to even turn captions on and off my TV. We're also working with, we're in close contact with the Access Board on Section 508 rule. There's 508 rules. So I'm going to stop there, but I just wanted to let you know that even though I'm thrilled that we are focusing on cognitive disabilities in this summit, and we need to do a lot more with respect to making sure that people in this community know about the laws that we have and making sure that the laws that we already have in place are applied effectively for this population. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our panelists, and I think that I'm going to go in order. I think, Andy, are you first?
I'm happy to go first.
Let's see. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Karen. My name is Andy Imparato, and I am the Executive Director of the Association of University Centers on Disabilities, and you've heard from a number of our centers today. Mike runs the center in Kansas. We've had 2 people from the center at Temple present today and 1 person from our center in Delaware at the University of Delaware. So very happy to see us well represented. And Liz Weintraub, who spoke earlier, is on our staff in the central office. Karen, if it's all right with you, I thought maybe I would just start with a clarifying question in terms of understanding how the existing federal laws apply in the context of devices. And I know that my question may not be a simple thing to answer, but
which is to be expected. This is what you get when you put these people on a panel. They throw it right back at you, but go right ahead.
So I complain. I used to be on the Consumer Advisory Board for Verizon when I was at the American Association of People with Disabilities, and I was on the Access and Aging Advisory Panel for AT&T. And I complained to both of them about smartphones, and I usually use my mother as an example. My mother is a smart 85-year-old woman who has difficulty using a smartphone. So my question is, just take this one as an example. This is a Samsung, state-of-the-art Edge, Galaxy Edge. I don't find it very intuitive. It's very complicated for me to use, and I know that there are a lot of people who would have a really hard time navigating this device right out of the box. It might be able to be modified where it becomes easier to navigate. But are those the kinds of issues that somebody could file a complaint on under the CVAA? And then if they did, how would that work? The FCC would kind of work with the manufacturer to try to make it simpler to use? Or can you just talk more about that as one example?
Yes, that's a really good example. So the first answer is yes. This is exactly the type of thing that we might talk to the company about. Now, the CVAA does require accessibility, but it also says that accessibility doesn't always have to be built into the device. So there could be an app that they could provide, a third-party solution to the consumer. Also, not every feature and function of every device or service has to be accessible to every disability. So there really does need to be a range of devices. So that particular device, they may say, well, that one is not accessible, but we have this other one, and this other one is accessible. So unlike 255, which is really kind of an all or nothing law, 255, however, has a different standard than the CVAA. The 255 says that you have to make products or services accessible, telecommunications products and services, which basically are more like the flip-top phones, not the smartphones, if it's readily achievable. That means easily accomplishable without much difficulty or expense. The CVAA, which is the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, which covers advanced communication services like smartphones, says that you have to make it accessible if it is achievable, which is a harder standard to refute if you're a company. So the companies have done a lot more generally under the CVAA, but the difference between the two statutes is that under the CVAA, they have flexibility, to use third-party apps within reason. I mean, they have to be at a nominal cost. They have to be easily accessible and findable, et cetera. And they also, they have to make sure that there's a range of products so that they can't only say we're going to give you the highest end model and you have to pay $1,000 to get this access. It has to be a range of products.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. I wanted to clarify, and I'll use that to kind of transition in terms of some ideas that I have for next steps from today. From my perspective, the leadership at the Commission on this set of issues that we've talked about today is unprecedented. Having a meeting like this is unprecedented. It's not that the Commission hasn't been a leader on accessibility, because you have. It's just that cognitive disability issues rarely get the level of attention that one could argue they deserve given the size of the population that's affected by these kinds of accessibility issues. So I really appreciate the leadership, Elaine, Chairman Wheeler, Karen, everybody, Greg Kleibach, everybody who was part of putting this together. So I'm going to tell you about quickly next steps around enforcement, what I would call technical assistance, and then kind of your convening and your bully pulpit capacity as a leader in a federal agency. First, on enforcement, when I was at the National Council on Disability, we did a study of federal enforcement of a number of different civil rights laws, including Section 255 of the Telecommunications Act. This was before the CVAA. But the big message for me out of all these laws that we studied is that the people who enforce civil rights laws for people with disabilities are the people in the protected class, not the government. And what do I mean by that? The government is never going to be big enough to spot every violation of somebody's civil rights. So if you don't have a well-educated protected class, people are not going to bring the violations to you. They're not even necessarily going to recognize them as violations. And I think the conversation that you started on this panel about the CVAA is a great example. Most people with intellectual or cognitive disabilities have never heard of the 21st Century Video and Communications and Video Accessibility Act. It's okay; they don't have to hear about it. But I don't think it's people have the concept that if there's new technology that all their friends are using that they can't use because of their disability, that could be a civil rights issue. So if there's a way for us to talk about the basic provisions of federal law, you could blend in CVAA 255 and ADA if it's not always clear which law applies, but talk about the basic provisions of federal law and saying, if these kinds of things happen to you, it can be a violation of your civil rights under federal law, and here is how you can try to make the situation better. Here's how you can bring a complaint to the FCC. Here are some entities that might be able to help you, like the ARC would be a good example, an entity that could help you develop your complaint. But I think that kind of training and technical assistance, both materials but also being able to kind of do it in person, would make a huge difference. So I just put that out there, that there's an enforcement education opportunity. And I think there may be value in holding a commission meeting where not just the folks who are in the room, but the whole commission and their staff have an opportunity to learn about these issues. You may want to make the topic a little bit broader. I know it's hard to kind of get the attention, but I just worry that I heard a lot of people from the FCC say to me today how much they learned today. So I'm guessing there are other people in this building who could learn a lot on this topic, and I would just suggest that there may be value, while you have the chairman and his great level of interest, to have a commission meeting. I assume he has input on what you guys have meetings on. So, to the extent that he's interested, maybe others would be, and it could be a useful meeting where you hear from industry and consumers and maybe get an international perspective on it. And then finally, kind of in the technical assistance area, also related to enforcement, just hearing the panel on disaster preparedness, again, because we have such strong leadership both at FEMA and at the FCC right now, maybe doing some joint guidance to the emergency preparedness field, to the various folks that are regulated by the two agencies or funded by the two agencies, to help them think about cognitive disability accessibility in the context of the work that they're doing, where you guys give specific examples. I don't know if there are examples from individual states or even from other countries where they're getting the cognitive disability stuff really, they're doing it really well, that we could point folks to if they're trying to learn, how to communicate in emergencies in a way that works well. And the point from that panel, that if we do that with a focus on people with cognitive disabilities, the chances are that the emergency communications are going to work better for everyone in that situation. On the convening side, I think it could be really valuable for the FCC to either encourage or be the convener of some kind of a gathering where you have industry representatives and disability community stakeholders, parents and individuals coming together and talking about the kinds of accessibility features that we're looking for as a market. And it sounds like those kinds of meetings have happened with the deaf and hard of hearing community and the blindness community historically. So you probably already have a model for how to do that, but it seems to me that could lead to innovation in the private sector faster. And again, it may lead to innovation that makes all the products work better for human beings. I also really appreciated the chairman bringing up employment. He's done that here at the FCC, but he's also encouraged the various industries that you all regulate to think about the disability community as a market for talent. So I don't know if this feels like mission drift, but I would love to see, he talked about the broadband economy, and I assume that means something, but I would love to see a summit on employment opportunities for people with cognitive disabilities within the broadband economy, where you would have employers at the table, you'd have folks that have expertise on how to support people with intellectual disabilities and other cognitive disabilities. You could get out some of the technology enablers that make it easier for folks to perform well in a work environment. But I think there's also an opportunity in that to talk about all of the ways, along the lines that Sue was talking about, all the ways that people acquire cognitive disabilities at different points in their work experience, and why having sensitivity around these issues can result in greater productivity, for you as an employer. I also think that it would be great for the FCC to and this could be at the same event or a separate event, but to have a gathering with a focus on innovation, where the idea is if we think about accessibility for people with cognitive disabilities and all of these devices and services that are being developed in the broadband economy, what kind of innovation can we come up with? So it'd be more for the developers rather than the folks that are doing the hiring. And I know some of that has happened in different contexts, but I don't know that it's always happened with a cognitive disability focus.
So let me stop you there and give others a turn, but I do want to comment on one point. Some of you may or may not be aware that every year we hold the Chairman's Accessibility Awards. Awards for the advancement in accessibility, they're called. It's AAA awards. And we seek innovators. We ask innovators, researchers, educators, companies, consumers to put forth their innovations, and with the goal of receiving one of these awards. They're non-monetary awards, but they're fine recognition. And we've thought about doing, I can't remember, I think that we may have done one year for cognitive disabilities. If we haven't, we will. If we did, or if we didn't, we will probably do it again this year. So stay tuned for that. The announcement for the next round of applications to come in should be going out within a few weeks.
And then just real quick, I wanted to just pick up on Mike's point about research. I recognize that you're not a major funder of research, but again, you all have a bully pulpit. You can participate through the Interagency Committee on Disability Research to really focus on the need for more research on the intersection between intellectual or cognitive disability and technology.
Okay, thank you so much. Those were extraordinarily helpful.
Yep.
Peter, your turn.
Aaron, it's really a pleasure to be here with so many friends and colleagues. I'm kind of an odd bird because I'm a PhD researcher who has the great fortune to be funded by NIDLR with many folks in this room. But I'm also a lawyer, and I work at the interface of civil rights, policy, and research. This is not a book plug because I donate all my royalties. Last year I wrote a book called Equality, The Struggle for Web Accessibility by Persons with Cognitive Disabilities, which was published by Cambridge University Press. Usually my books sell about 12 copies and my mother buys half of those. This one, interestingly, is in its fourth printing already, and I have a contract to do Equality 2.0 with the publisher. And I think not because it's the greatest book since sliced bread, but because it perhaps has struck some sort of chord. My thesis, basically, is that if we can understand cognition, cognitive ability, then that mother lode will enable us to understand all sorts of web design on the web, involving people who are blind, people who are deaf, people who have semi-literacy, people in poverty, you name it. Now, my background is a little bit odd. I'll be brief. I was doing some early studies on the ADA after it came out, and one day I got a call. They were on technology. And in the early 1990s, I got a call from Liz Savage. You remember her? She worked at the Justice Department, and she said,
still does.
Henry Hyde, who was busy at the time impeaching the president, who we all loved, President Clinton, decided to have a hearing, and they asked me if I and a couple others would testify before I think he was chair of the Constitutional Committee or some ridiculous committee. The question was whether or not the ADA applied to this new thing called the Internet. And of course, as the good lawyer I tried to be, Stanford lawyers, I picked up my dictionary, Webster's, and read the definition of place, because remember, under ADA, it's a place of public accommodation, and suggested to the committee that indeed the ADA was broad enough to cover this new Internet. As a result of that, and here's where the present comes in, I'm going to give away this book. I was retained by a former commissioner of the FCC as a fellow, senior fellow of the Annenberg Foundation in charge of their disability initiatives on technology. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm going to give this book to the person who knows this commissioner, and one of his most famous remarks is that television has the potential to be a vast wasteland.
I know who it is, but I already have a book.
You know who it is.
Somebody else has.
Who? Anybody? And years later, when I was doing Annenberg reports for him, he would write about the importance of accessibility of technologies to people with disabilities. His picture is out on the wall there. He was appointed by President Kennedy, and he was a very renowned commissioner, chair of the FCC. Who?
Martha Minnow's father.
That's right.
Martha Minnow's father.
That's right.
Nell Minnow's father. Yes. Newton Minnow.
Newt.
He has a copy of the book, but I'll give him another one. And then you can give it to somebody who you want. So after that began kind of a journey working on this interface of technology accessibility to reports and policy briefings done with the Annenberg Foundation, to having the great fortune to be funded by NIDR to do a number of technology-funded projects, and at the same time to be co-counsel pro bono with some fantastic lawyers in the National Federation of the Blind against Target, in the in the Greater Los Angeles Association of the Deaf versus CNN, and so working hard at this interface of policy, law, research. The basic thesis of this book is what I've said already, and that is cognition is, of course, the mother of all issues that we're dealing with, and content is king. As was mentioned earlier, and they used to say in the recession, cash was king. Content now is king, because it really doesn't matter what format you operate in. The real value is in the marketability of the content. So in the litigation area, of course, I do this research, this litigation pro bono, and it's not my real job, but I work with some fantastic lawyers, from disability rights advocates to DREDF to National Association of the Deaf and so forth. We have been pursuing a litigation agenda, as Andy said or some other people said, in terms of compliance with active parties, to ensure that the web is open to all. We've been successful with the blind community. We've been successful with the deaf community. The Netflix decision undertaken by Arlene Mayerson at DREDF was a sister case to our CNN GLAD case, which was settled when the FCC, among other things, nicely said that video clips were covered by the CVAA, so that clips on the web, right, were covered by the CVAA as well as by the ADA and other issues. There are procedural complications.
When the clips had been part of a television program shown on television.
Right.
Just to
exactly, which is what CNN was doing, basically taking clips of newscasts and putting them on the web, as we all know. So there is a need for an active litigation strategy. I'm not a litigator, scorch and burn. I've come out of the deinstitutionalization litigation. That's where I cut my teeth. Burton Blatt Institute, which I direct. As many of you know, Burton Blatt in the 1970s was wandering around institutions with his friend Fred Kaplan with a hidden camera on his belt, taking pictures for Christmas in Purgatory, which really lit the fires of reform in many of the communities in which we work. And fortunately, at the time when I went to Burton Blatt, there were friends of Burton Blatt who wanted to endow this center in his name, and we continue that effort with a particular focus on cognitive disability. There has not been yet brought a real impact case involving the rights of persons with cognitive disabilities to fully enjoy and equally enjoy all that the web has to offer, at least in the vein of NFB, NAD, Netflix, and some of the other cases. We are looking actively for plaintiffs. We're looking actively, many of us with others, to try to understand that arena, which is complicated because it's more than mechanical translation, text to sound, sound to text, and so forth. By definition, it can involve meaning, i.e., cognition. And that's, of course, where the rub comes in, both from a technological point of view, how do you convey that meaning? And that's what the GPII is trying to do, and we could talk about that later. And also, very importantly, how does that meaning differentiation, that meaning translation, bump into issues of copyright, ownership, in terms of what the original producer of the content really intended. So, for example, while we have gotten courts to say that a literal translation for captioning is, of course, a reasonable accommodation because the content is the same, it's a mechanical transformation. Video description can be somewhat of a different animal because in some sense you are interpreting the content of that information and who in fact owns the content of that information, and who gives you the right to make that interpretation anyway of the zillion interpretations that are possible. So that's the legal arena. In the policy arena, I don't have much time, but I would highlight for you the Access Board 508 refresh, because that's a little beef of mine, and it's all in the book and written in articles. Briefly, as you know, 508 for the tech standards is a refresh by the Access Board. They are proposing functional equivalence standards so that people who are blind and people who are deaf can have equal access to information on the web, for example. They have specifically decided to exclude from those functional definitions people with cognitive disabilities. Their rationale is that the big tech companies have told them that the research is not robust enough to understand functional capabilities with regard to cognitive disability. This is all in their refresh, by the way. One of their major goals, of course, is harmonization internationally. The problem is, if you look at the EU standards, I think, 587? I forget the exact number. They use the same language as the Access Board for functionality for blind and deaf and dexterity, and they have cognitive disability, the same language we want, which this board has chosen not to include. I should say that I'm a fan of the Access Board. It's an otherwise fantastic group which has done a lot of good. But I think they're missing an opportunity here to at least consider the issue of cognitive disability in this refresh.
Just want to ask you something about that, or clarify. The Access Board has proposals out. They
It's
have
a proposed refresh, yes.
Right, but they have not finalized that decision.
They've taken comments.
They've taken comments, so they have not actually
down.
decided whether or not to exclude that.
They're working on it.
They're working on it.
And you're going to change this, I hope. You can't say.
Right. I just want to make clear, though, that it's an open, it remains an open question. It has not been
Yes, it's proposed
determined
refresh.
yet.
And my hope is that the great heads at the Access Board will prevail and will at least consider that maybe this is a crucial community to include in this debate. And of course, if they were to consider that, many of the issues associated with cognitive functionality would solve the problems of blind, deaf, and other functionalities as well. My wife has severe dyslexia. She cried her way through the Stanford Business School when I was at the Stanford Law School. She learns things when she can read it and see it. She doesn't learn things when she can't read it and she can't see it as well. And so the cognitive aspect to that is something which could be built in there, which is going to benefit already the blind and the deaf individual, but also adds a whole nother dimension. I'm confident, by the way, having spoken with the Access Board, that they will do the right thing. And they will reconsider this issue, at least because it would not be harmonized with the global EU standards as I understand them, and you'll have a time in questions to say I'm all wet, potentially, because maybe I misinterpreted. And it's said with great respect to the Access Board as well. You need somebody to stir the pot a little bit. Last thing, GPII and research. Okay, so Greg Vanderheiden, who is the guru behind all of this, I'm a subcontractor, I have a role to play. This is Greg's coalition. He deserves all the credit and has built this concept from a technological point of view. What I am trying to do in a respectful and friendly way, which Greg is sensitive to, is to make sure that people with cognitive disabilities are not left out of that effort. Is to make sure that in thinking about transformation, so you all know what the GPIA is. Basically, it's wizards in the sky. Put aside for a second the security and the privacy issues and the HIPAA issues, which we will be looking at, the lawyers will be looking at. It's basically allowing somebody to sit down at any device, typically, as Sue said, people who don't have access to the kind of fancy devices maybe we all have, to go to a library or a kiosk or a community college, and to have preferences which are loaded into the sky, which can be used on the particular device. Easier said than done. The partners are IBM, Microsoft, OCAD University in Canada, the top of the top thinkers in this area. And they will have basically a master list that people can choose from of all these apps so you can build your preferences. All open source, by the way. So this is not proprietary. So what part of my job on that is to understand the evaluation, to understand, is this really going to work when the rubber hits the road? And I don't mean that other people are not looking at that, but I'm not a technology guru. Greg says they're going to build it. So I'm going to look at 15,000 students at community colleges. I'm going to look at the American job centers across the country to see if, in fact, people across the spectrum of disability are improved in terms of their inclination to have a satisfying experience with the computer, to have a satisfying experience in terms of comprehensibility. And the last thing I would say, because I'm probably running out of time, Karen,
yes,
is that in this pinheadish book, which you probably could, it's many pages, probably can be reduced down to a few key points. Based on my analysis, which Mike Waymeyer has talked about also, there are basically two meta dimensions that help everybody. One is ease of use or operability, and the other is comprehension. Can you understand it? Ease of use, of course, cuts across disability on many fronts, dyslexia as well as blind and deaf and dexterity. Comprehensibility, that's where you get into cognition a little bit more. And that question will be solved in our lifetime, by the way. Bill Gates recently applied for a patent. He's no dummy. For a computer algorithm that will look at a picture and describe it in sound. I don't know how he's doing it, whether it's a Google kind of search thing or whether there is some intuitive semantic capabilities to it. It's probably a combination of both. But think how complicated it is if I'm looking at a Picasso painting and it needs to be described. This is, automatically through the web. This is not by a person like a dictionary saying chronicling each Picasso painting. So it's kind of like Watson, IBM's Watson, real semantic web stuff. How do you do that? Who owns what's said? How do you verify that's accurate? What is accurate? And how do you account for individuals who want to interpret that in different ways? Should I stop, Karen?
Yes.
Okay.
But it was wonderful. Thank you.
That's
very,
it.
very
I just started clearing my throat.
And we, if those of you who can stay, we actually have some flexibility, so we may go a little bit over 3:30, if that's okay. But we'll shoot for around then. But thank you so much. It was very, very helpful. Let's turn to Scott next.
So is this already on? Okay. I realized how tough it is going after two lawyers, one of whom also has a PhD in addition to the JD. So hopefully I can add some additional information. And I do work at the Department of Labor as policy advisor in the Office of Disability Employment Policy, but what I'm sharing is kind of my own thoughts. I don't have anything pre-approved by DOL or whatever, so I don't want to say anything like where I get in trouble or something. So I just have some thoughts to add to some of the things we're discussing today. And I liked a lot, and I came and wanted to make sure that employment got emphasized and community living alongside it. So I was really enthused by the fact that employment came up across all the different discussions, emergency, the communication technologies themselves, and social media, some of our afternoon discussions around funding, because I think employment is a large part of people's lives, participation, et cetera, and moving folks out of poverty, et cetera. And what I wonder is, and I don't know whether, just kind of throwing ideas out there, whether we can have more branding around communications and technology access for folks with cognitive disabilities, intellectual disabilities, et cetera, developmental disabilities, around something like we did on the employment sphere, or folks had done with Employment First, where they kind of had this movement in the states and kind of the national level on getting access for competitive integrated employment. And I wonder if you could have something similar for, I don't know what you would call it, tech or communication access first or whatever. I mean, I don't know how it fits in. But just to get that out there and to get folks across different organizations, et cetera, unified on this main focus on folks with cognitive disabilities of different diverse backgrounds, getting folks with disabilities at the forefront of the voice of that. So I liked really today that it was emphasized that folks with cognitive disabilities, ourselves, and part of my background is I'm an autistic adult, so I'm a co-founder of the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, largely run by autistic adults. And to get folks with cognitive disabilities and allies, other supporters, family members, et cetera, professionals on the same page, and to be emphasizing and having kind of a movement out there and bringing folks together on sharing resources, information on this, continuing the conversation, having an online community, maybe community of practice kinds of things. I mean, I don't know how that's going to look like, but I worry sometimes when we come to these meetings, we have these really wonderful discussions, big pictures, these summits, and then sometimes later on, things don't get, the momentum halts afterwards. So I hope that we continue online, in person. I like that suggestion around having particular, sometime convening or event or otherwise around employment focus for folks with cognitive disabilities and technology communication access. We need to get folks, it would be important, I think, to get folks from some other agencies that are missing. Kind of the 800-pound gorilla for me largely is NSF, a lot of folks from there. They fund a lot on technology innovation, a lot on the computer science engineering end. I can't remember the percentage, but a lot of my hat is computer science and IT, but I remember it was a very substantial portion of universities of computer science funding comes out of NSF federally. I mean, that is their big agency. There is no other agency that's dedicated solely to technology, so NSF, National Science Foundation, has been funding a lot of that work. And so I think sharing information on the importance of these things, and maybe see if maybe agencies across the board, organizations can kind of share the importance of some of these issues and talk about where there's commonality on these things. I know the FCC has been taking a lot of leadership, and I think sometimes it's to think broadly about who is here in the room at times, and other folks from the private sphere, the technology companies. I know at when I've been at the Disability Advisory Committee meetings, there's a lot of folks in tech companies, et cetera, on there who are involved, and I think thinking about how they're involved on cognitive and intellectual disabilities. As it was emphasized many times today, that sphere of folks with cognitive development disabilities, the barriers are not always what's emphasized at the forefront at times when we're talking about communications issues and technology access. Sometimes we've been talking more about sensory issues, which overlap. I mean, for instance, captioning. I use captioning as an autistic adult because I have a lot of auditory, sometimes comprehension issues that other folks may not see evident at times, where sometimes I can get by with understanding. But if there's captioning in a room, I'll use it. I keep it on my TV, et cetera. I use it online when I have access to it. So there is a cross connection on the issues that are important to folks with sensory disabilities and cognitive disabilities, but there's also some other new issues on information processing, on what we think about what information looks like, content issues. A lot of folks mentioned today how content is king, on how making sure we don't lose sight of that fact that a lot of the content right now on the web, on devices, on the mobile web, it's not accessible at all to folks with cognitive disabilities, particularly sometimes folks with intellectual disabilities, but other folks with cognitive disabilities broadly. We need to be thinking about where are we going to be moving forward on addressing that, changing that, looking at, what's the web, devices, et cetera, how's that going to be? And I think it's going to be differently than it is in 2015. I think the CVAA and other action like that has been helpful in this space. It's the 5th anniversary of the CVAA, so it's the 21st Century Communication Video Accessibility Act that was mentioned. So I think maybe also in those celebrations that are still ongoing, we can mention where we can move forward on some triumphs like the CVAA on how do we make sure that cognitive disabilities are kept at the forefront of discussions. How do we make sure that all the different things that we think about in employment and community living are at the forefront, like emergency access. I work right now in the Department of Labor. The building is almost 2 million square feet. I have trouble navigating it. A lot of folks who've been there for years have trouble navigating it. It has multiple sections, north, south, and central. If you boiled it down to acreage, it would be 43 acres. It's like a small town. I don't know if we had some kind of critical thing, shelter in place, I've been trained a little bit around that as a new employee for the last couple months, but not more extensively. I can't even imagine if folks had even more folks with intellectual disabilities working in the building on what that would mean. And that's just one example of some big federal agency buildings or older buildings, private sector buildings. I mean, what does it look like for workplaces on the technology and communications end of the emergency when things are happening in practice in the workplace? So we have to think about how these issues cut across different areas and keep that conversation going on that, and make sure that the right folks are in the room when we have those discussions. And I really feel enthused about the progress that we've made around these. Peter and Andy have talked about some successes we've had out about there about web accessibility and where we can be moving forward there and looking at our prior success and building on top of that on keeping the conversation going. And making sure that we get industry associations. The wireless industry is very enthused on this. Making sure, for instance, maybe the Computer Science Association, for instance, could be more a part of the picture. That would maybe help to bring in some more researchers, some of whom are already looking at apps and looking at accessibility, have a lot of success on their apps. I know, for instance, out of Carnegie Mellon, they had that Tiramisu app that helped with a lot of innovative approach to transportation accessibility. I think there's a lot of that great work that's happening on research that could be connected back to cognitive disabilities. And maybe at times researchers would be enthused, I think, about looking at cognitive disabilities in a new way with new research projects, but they're not always here at these meetings. They're not connected to what we share online at different discussions.
Well, thank you. That was superb.
Yeah, sorry,
I think.
I'm
No, that's okay. Each of you have so much to share, and you're all providing such interesting and insightful perspectives. So why don't we move on, and we'll have hopefully a little bit more time at the end to interact a little bit more. I want to give Robert a chance to share his thoughts as well.
Great. Thank you, Karen, and thank you, everyone, for having me in today. I was slightly delayed coming down from Toronto because of the weather, but I'm glad I was able to join you all. I'm going to tell you a bit about our organization because that might set the context for what we see as potential next steps in serving the telecommunications needs of persons with cognitive disabilities. We are a broadcaster, so we have 3 broadcast networks that are available nationally throughout the country. They are available for free to every Canadian. And it is every Canadian who has a TV subscription gets our channels on their TV by default. There are 5 channels in the country that fall into this category. It's a fairly unique category in that our funding is provided for from Canadian cable subscribers. So a few cents from everyone's bill comes to us to fuel our budget, leaving us with the intent to do accessibility, to do good, essentially, but act as a broadcaster and provide these services to all Canadians. So it puts us in an enviable position because we have sufficient funding to operate, but still, and then can set our mandate to go far beyond what we do initially just as a broadcaster. We have a wide audience, and our history began, in fact, 26 years ago, back in 1988. In a time before the internet, when the Canadian federal government realized that persons with disabilities were being underserved in terms of their ability to consume media. And the idea there, the concept is that persons with disabilities need to be on par with everyone else in society, be able to consume media in the same fashion, and I'm talking media of all kinds. So this is news, this is entertainment, this is documentaries, this is cooking shows, this is sports, news, the election, etc., and all aspects such as that. What they came up with was the creation of our organization, and originally we were an audio-only news service. Since then, we've evolved into these television networks. And the unique thing about us is that we provide 100% video description on our broadcast networks 24 hours a day, as well as 100% captioning as well, and then transcripts for our content that is available through the web. So we make the content as accessible as possible. And just drawing on your point, bringing up the idea of video description, allowing for more comprehension of the content that's out there. And I mean, that is exactly the intent that we focus on. There is those questions as to how do you interpret the content? How do you know how it is to be defined and how the consumer, the original intent of the producer, what message they were trying to convey. In answer to that, we have worked with the Canadian broadcasting industry to set quality standards. Now, this is also one of the focuses that is currently a focus of the Disability Advisory Committee. And just on an aside for that moment, in Canada, I chair a committee for our national regulator for broadcast that focuses on video description and the provision of it. Now, equally, I also am a subcommittee member of the FCC's Disability Advisory Committee, and I chair their video description working group. It's astonishing to me the similarities between the tasks between the two different groups. Perhaps in Canada we may have come to it a little bit sooner, but we are on track to look at exactly the same things. This includes the quality standards. It includes a centralized list for described programming so that users out there know how to find what is on with description. And just to Karen's point, we actually were awarded one of the chairman's AAA awards a number of years ago for the creation of that centralized list in Canada. And that is, of course, one of the focuses here as well. So the idea then overall in terms of looking at what the next step would be is to get that idea that everyone with a disability, regardless of its vision or hearing or dexterity or cognitive, on par, to be able to consume media at exactly the same level and at the same level of comprehension. There's a variety of ways to do that through media, and it's one of the most readily available sources of information out there, whether it be on the internet or just in a newspaper or magazine or what have you. And so that really is the focus of the work that we do. My role within the organization is as accessibility officer. So I work both internal to the organization to ensure that we do everything that we should from an accessibility perspective internally. So all of our processes are training, onboarding through HR, policies, how to build a PDF document, how to make a web accessible web page, and in fact all the way up to the built environment. What lighting are we using? What flooring are we using? Do we put up anything on the walls, braille signage, etc.? It never really ends. But I also work extensively externally in an advocacy role. And we, being in that enviable position, are able to essentially give back to the community and provide that accessibility knowledge that we have to other organizations. I mean, the work that I do with the FCC is certainly one of those. But we have worked in partnership with a wide variety of organizations, everyone from IBM and Microsoft and Google and I could go on and on and on and on of folks coming to us to discuss accessibility, how to adopt it into the business model, how to approach it. We also were one of the founding members of the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, the IAAP, who is focusing on getting a certification in the area of accessibility. And it goes on from there. So I would suggest, from the perspective of a foreigner amongst you all, that perhaps a neighbor, absolutely, that perhaps as in terms of next steps, and I mean it would take a lot to get to that positioning, but look at an organization similar to ours in the creation of it. Media is one of the most basic components that persons with disabilities require, and it is possible to set up the structure for it. The key, though, is the funding. The funding makes it all happen, essentially, and then the work can go from there. And we're always here to help. So, and I invite you to check out some of our other stuff. We're on the web. It's ami.ca. Very, very straightforward. And I'm available afterwards if you have any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding us that you are also on one of the DAC subcommittees, as is Scott. So why don't we open this? We have a limited period of time, but we do have some time. Does anybody have questions for our panelists or comments? I think there was a question back there. If you want to come over. And if you can introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Jim Shevlin, and I'm with Sprint Relay. And I think more of our question, I think today from all the panels, it's been rather eye-opening for a lot of us, especially as a provider of services such as speech-to-speech, which we see as a service helping cognitive as well as intellectual disabilities. However, we can think we have everything in place. However, from hearing today, there's a lot that goes to simplicity, intuitive thinking. What are the next steps for providers like us to get feedback on how we can make our services better, from us as a wireless company to us as a relay provider? Would be my question for you.
And let me just add, I'm not sure that everybody here is familiar with speech-to-speech. If you want to just describe what it is. In fact, we received a comment from Bob Siegelman, a live comment. Bob Siegelman is really one of the founders, or the founder of speech-to-speech. Do you want to explain it, or?
Yeah, Bob is probably the best person to explain it. However,
I can read what he sent in if you'd like.
Why don't you go ahead and then I can.
He sent in an explanation. It's an easy explanation to understand that a person with a speech disability dials a toll-free number to reach a communication assistant, which is also the name for the relay provider. That particular communication assistant is familiar with the speech patterns of people with speech disabilities and has excellent language recognition skills. That communications assistant then calls another person and repeats everything that the person with a speech disability says to the other person on the line. Usually there is then hearing carryover where the person with a speech disability doesn't need the relay operator to hear what that other person says, so they hear it directly. Right now, speech-to-speech is actually one of the required relay services, and generally you can dial it, or actually not generally, you can dial it by just accessing 711. It's one of the most underutilized forms of relay service. A lot of people don't know about it. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I think just simple things and advanced features based on feedback from users was how to make it more simple. And things we've done is email call setup, where the speech-to-speech user can, rather than just calling in, they can email us the instructions they want for them, and then once they call in, we have the instructions ready to go, rather than struggling over the phone potentially. We also, for simplicity, we're the only wireless provider to anywhere. If you have a Sprint phone, you dial, star 787, you will get to a speech-to-speech operator. So we're trying to find those little things that create the simplicity to connect, but wanted to find out more feedback.
Also, many speech-to-speech providers generally allow people to make their own profiles, so they can have a lot of information stored in the provider's profile about their name, people that they call regularly, etc. And they're also allowed to have their calls recorded for a longer period of time in case they want to repeat information. Like, let's say they want a comparison shop. So there are we already have some rules in place trying to facilitate these calls by these individuals.
So let me just make sure I understand your question. You're saying that there's a subset of folks who are using speech-to-speech or who could benefit from it, who also have cognitive disabilities, and within that subset, you're wanting to know what you could do to try to make sure that your service is working well and is fully accessible for that population. Is that the question?
That's the question.
Yeah. So, I think for me it would start with talking to the population, trying to have a focus group or mystery shopping or somehow get a group of folks with cognitive disabilities, ideally folks with different kinds of cognitive disabilities and different kinds of life situations with different kinds of communication needs, and listen to them and see what they identify as they try to use the product as ways to make it simpler or more intuitive for them. I'm guessing you've already done that a lot with your kind of traditional customer, if you will, so you could probably use the same techniques you're using for your traditional customers, but having more of a focus on this subpopulation.
I had the privilege of hearing your CEO speak very passionately about these issues, and I would say that, as I've tried to express, which is obvious, that if you can crack some of these issues on cognition, you will enhance your market value in the global population for people who use English as a second language. UNESCO says that in developing countries, about 90% of kids are illiterate. So there are huge market opportunities, once again, leading off of comprehension, ease of use, comprehensibility, which could be built directly into your market strategy, which would be universally designed to help across all populations. You knew all that already.
No, but it's good to hear that you've listened to our CEO.
Very passionate guy.
Very passionate, very bright.
Yeah.
I have actually listened to the CEO as well, but first thought that comes to my mind is accessibility is a business differentiator. You become accessible, and it puts you in an advantageous position from a business perspective. Other ideas include forming an accessibility office within the organization that concentrates solely on accessibility and accessibility issues, has an accessibility call center, et cetera. And then the third one, to Andy's point, is gathering that group of persons with cognitive disabilities. As an example, we've done that from the blind low vision perspective, and we have a group of 1,000 blind low vision Canadians that we go to on a regular basis to consult.
I would only add also that in our lifetime we have the opportunity to potentially get rid of the A words, accessibility and assistive technology. And we may see in our lifetime that good comprehension and an ease of use for all enables, as Sue was saying, dealings with situational disability and other sorts of issues. And I would hope that an amazing company like yours would be looking beyond to that time when you'll have a universal approach.
And just to make it clear, too, we do have our relay, our director, Mike Ellis, who reports up. We do have an accessible team. We have already taken on the blind low vision market to try to see. We also have market and web pages focusing on cognitive. We just want to take those existing products we have for the deaf, the hard of hearing, and speech disabled, and see how, if they're already there, how can we make them so we're not forgetting these user groups, the cognitive, the intellectual, and so forth.
Right. So one more quick comment, and then we have a line now, which is exciting. So go ahead.
I just wanted to make just a quick comment on if you have an accessibility office or team and all that, to make sure that folks if you're focusing on, for instance, the speech-related issues of folks with cognitive disabilities, have them at the forefront on the leadership of, that group or that office, so they're directing, they're driving that effort, because I think that's going to really help enhance how the effort is done internally. And then if you consult external stakeholders, same idea, is make sure you try to get some subject matter experts on board who understand the issues, maybe professionally, but also have, say, cognitive disability and have the speech-related issues, and maybe would be folks who use the technology are the ones who are driving with input externally.
Thank you, and thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hi, I'm Dr. Christopher Burrow. I'm the EVP of Medical Affairs at Umetrics. I'm inspired to write my first book that will have 12 readers. Who made that comment? That was great. Okay, way to go. Yeah, I'm inspired.
That's most of my
My comments are going to be about emergency preparedness and people with cognitive disabilities. I'm a former faculty member at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. I'm a longtime physician internist, and I spend my time now with our team building mobile apps to give people access to their medical data, their emergency contact data, anytime, anywhere. My point that I would want to make is our nation in 2010 embarked on a program launched by President Obama called the Blue Button Program. That program aims to give every American citizen the right to easily and the means to easily download a summary medical record, either from the VA, from Medicare, from Military Health, TRICARE Line, and now from EMR systems, electronic medical record systems. So obviously, to me anyway, if you are interested in having it be simple for people with cognitive disabilities to at least capture that part of their data and not have it written down on a piece of paper stuffed in somebody's pocket to show up in an emergency. It seems to me that those of you in the FCC who are interested in this topic may want to look at that program and its applicability. We are one of many companies that have helped build the standards for this program, and we have built apps based on this program. I would hope some of you would come to our booth over there. I had a white-knuckle flight to get into National today, and so I'd love to see some of you over at the booth. But could you, somebody, Andy, do you know about the Blue Button program? Is that something that should be leveraged for people with cognitive disabilities? It seems to me it's so, but I'm inside this whole sphere.
So first, I didn't know about the Blue Button program, but that doesn't mean it's not important.
And that's the icon of the federal government of the Blue Button program.
Great.
Right there.
So I think your point, from my perspective, is very well taken. There has been a group of folks, including Jennifer Simpson, who worked on the 21st Century Communication and Video Accessibility Act, have focused on making health information technology accessible for people with disabilities. So that is what I would put it in the broader category, and this is an important subset that has a clear emergency preparedness aspect to it. There's an Office of Civil Rights at our Department of Health and Human Services. There's expertise and energy and leadership at the FCC around this particular issue right now. And if there's a way that those two entities could work together with whatever powers that be need to be convinced, again, what you're asking for is going to make the Blue Button work better for everyone.
That's correct. And by the way, the Office of Civil Rights in the High-Tech Act version of the HIPAA rule gives American citizens the right to access an electronic health record, not simply a paper record. That's a new and important change. And we and other companies in this sector have written to the Office of Civil Rights asking them to be more effective in their support and more outspoken in the importance of this program.
So no rest for the wicked like everybody else in this room. I was the court expert in the BCID v. Bloomberg trial, which was the big New York City case involving the ADA suing New York City because people with disabilities were crushed in Hurricane Sandy. And I was particularly focused on, because there were so many individuals in nursing homes, in my report, which was a big, fat, several hundred-page report, which the court graciously cited quite a bit, about comprehensibility and the availability of emergency services in that huge disaster. This is Sue's next 20 million. Sue, are you there? 20 more million? Registries in the cloud, assuming HIPAA compliance and privacy and security, so that in times of disaster, anybody can go anywhere, or emergency providers, with consent, can look up preferences so people aren't stranded in buildings as they were, so people aren't stranded in high rises, so people can get good information. Probably some companies like yours are working on that already.
Yeah, the state of New York has recognized our particular technology, and one of our other apps is going to be provided to Medicaid patients under a white label. But I just point out, with regard to Hurricane Sandy, everybody can have a QR code on the lock screen of their phone or a sticker with our app, and probably we'll have people that copy us.
The key is to get it to the emergency providers.
And we have emergency providers that are starting to pass them on. So thank you for bringing up the disaster preparedness. Having just returned from France and from England, where there seems to be an easier way to do public health at a national scale. These technologies are moving forward abroad, and as an American, I'd like to see our country embrace not just our technology, but similar technologies to help people in these situations.
And different cities have different rules. Some have registries, some don't. So it's a big issue to figure out.
Thank you. Next.
Sabrina Fields with TEDPA, but also with Maryland Relay. And so I just wanted to backtrack a little bit to the speech-to-speech. There are also some states that are now offering visually assisted speech-to-speech. Maryland is one of them. California and I believe Virginia are two others. And this allows the users to not only use the operator or communication assistant, but also allows them to use Skype. And so the operator or communication assistant can see them, and they can see visual cues as well as notes written, any communication devices or boards they may use. So just another resource that's out there.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising that.
Yeah, thank you. I never heard of that. I want to bring it to Pennsylvania.
Right, and by the way, the FCC has started looking at this issue as well. As you know, we raised it in a proceeding last year and are hoping to follow up. Next question.
So I'm sort of speaking to Peter, although assistive
And just your name?
Amy Goldman. Although assistive,
no, I know, but it's for the transcript.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My cognitive slip.
And people
although
on the web.
assistive technology is near and dear to my heart, I'm sort of with you. Drop the A, and it's all about technology. So we know that for kids without disabilities, any disabilities, they're probably getting access to technology routinely. Yes, we have a checkbox on the IEP that says the team has considered assistive technology. In my experience, particularly for students with intellectual disabilities, that is a pro forma, yeah, we considered it. People with intellectual and cognitive disabilities, again, in our experience, are least likely to come to our AT program for any kinds of services. But I would love for, of course, starting with every student in special education, but generically, wouldn't it be cool? Every student has a technology plan. I think that there's huge problems around transition. I think that there are huge problems around not recognizing the importance of telecommunications for adult life and employment. And now you heard me this morning. My area of expertise and specialization in my career has been people who use augmentative communication. So where are the service providers in helping those folks for whom communication is really key because they need assistance generally to access their environments? Where are the service providers in helping those folks understand how to use telecommunications? So I'm a speech-language pathologist. I feel bad that my profession isn't taking, as communication specialists, the bigger view, and have tried advocacy within my profession to get people thinking it's not just speech communication, it is all forms of communication. So thank you for allowing me some time on the soapbox.
Thank you very much. Any comments? Yes?
I just wanted to say that I'm really glad that you brought up integrating to the IEP, and I don't know whether it becomes something more emphasized there or something like we do unemployment plans, where maybe there eventually is a technology plan. I mean, who knows what it looks like, but it's got to be some mechanism, some way of making sure it's not just a box that we check off on folks, which unfortunately we do that on a lot of other IEP and transition related things. And I over at the Office of Disability Employment Policy at Labor, I'm on the youth team, so we're focusing a lot on transition, K-12, transition to employment and college and careers, et cetera. So obviously a big issue for us is emerging issues around that transition process, how we can improve supports. And obviously a lot of things that came up today on technology access, it has huge implications not only for community living, but also obviously for employment, access to college, higher education, training programs, et cetera, because there's expectations that folks are going to have in the workplace and in college, et cetera, that you're going to be able to use these things. And there's diversity, there's variability that some folks, some kids and young adults who are in school are getting some exposure and some access, but there's a lot of barriers on how it's looking. Sometimes the training isn't very good. They're exposed to things, but it's not being presented in an accessible manner on how to make sure that folks, the youth and young adults, understand what's being shown to them and how they're using things. And I think people are missing sight of that on what's meaningful on the technology that they're going to be using as they get older and they go about their lives. And they have to be using it in the workplace as far as a lot of jobs. And maybe if you're using it today, guess what? 5-10 years from now, it's going to be even more integrated, right? I mean, if you look at 10 years ago, what did technology look like as far as jobs versus today? I mean, things have changed rapidly on how it's integrated into our work lives, integrated to school and community living. And so we need to be having that focus. So thank you for bringing that up on the IEP. And I don't know if I have the answer as much in terms of on the tech providers. I do know that some of it is maybe also tech assistance on how maybe other organizations that are out there in the states and localities on the Centers for Independent Living, et cetera, how we can be on the same page on what we mean on the tech access for folks with cognitive disabilities. I don't know if there's centralized information. We have a lot of segmentation in the disability community, right? Things are disparately. You can't find resources that you need. I'm constantly going online trying to and I've got degrees background on this stuff, and I can't often find some things that I need out there. We need to find better ways of having things brought together in a more central manner, tagging or whatever. I don't know how that's going to look like, so people can access information, so that providers don't have to be going through 15-day trainings to try to find out some of these issues, that we're not always sharing the same thing over and over and over again, that we find an easy way to look up some issues that sometimes are not necessarily as complex issues, but folks aren't aware of at times. That we don't have things like that blue button where people didn't know about it. Like, people should be, we need to making sure that folks know about these major programs out there, and that the implications, say particularly for folks with cognitive disabilities, and the communication and technology facets of it. So sorry, it was a long-winded on that, but really, really good points that you mentioned.
I think that's a really excellent point. It's very hard to find information. We're all over the place. So
just very briefly, I know you were time. That point is so important, Amy. We can have all the GPIIs in the world, but I've had cases where kids with intellectual disabilities in the 6th grade, they throw these workbooks at them, and the kid gets frustrated and he acts out. The kid goes home and works on Netflix and his iPad and other sorts of things, and he's not getting any tech in the school. It's insane. And then we expect them to transition from high school into employment. So, yeah, if you can crack that nut with the FCC.
Well, let me offer a suggestion of something that might help on that specific issue with education. Melody Musgrove, the head of the Office of Special Education Programs, is a strong advocate, strong leader. The Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights of the Department of Ed, Catherine Lehman, is very strong on disability issues and all the other issues that they work on. Maybe it's sending a letter to Melody asking for guidance on what should occur when people are looking at that box in the context of a kid that has an intellectual disability or a cognitive disability, because I'm guessing the only kids that get much focus on technology access are kids with sensory disabilities or physical. So you could ask for guidance from Melody, and then if you find a good test case, file a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights, Department of Ed now, when we have a strong leader there, and we might be able to use that to make good policy or raise the visibility of the issue.
Thank you. Well, last, Liz, definitely not least, just last.
Liz Weintraub.
And just speak into the mic.
Liz Weintraub with AUCD. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate Brett's point that computers are available for everyone in the country, or that's what I understood you to say. And here in this country, a lot of my friends don't have the resources to have computers. I'm very lucky. I had the resources, so does some of my friends do, but I would say the majority of my friends don't have the resources. And if we want to be part of the technology world, and this world is, let's face it, technology is the future of this world, then we need to have the resources to use computers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to follow up on that remark, Liz, just to remind everybody again that there are certain equipment distribution programs that were talked about earlier today. They are limited, and they are only in certain states, but they are one resource for distributing equipment, and a second one is specifically for people who are deafblind, who may also have cognitive disabilities. So with that, do we have any closing remarks? I know it's very late, so if you'd like to give maybe just a 2-sentence I have to control this group. There's so much brain power here. So Since the hour is late, if you want to, Andy, 2-3 sentences, go down the row, straight down the row.
I guess for me, it's just leveraging Chairman Wheeler. You know, we're not going to have him forever, although when he leaves the FCC, he's still going to be a leader on these issues. Yes. But I think if we can get Chairman Wheeler and Bill Coleman, who's another very important player, pushing in the same direction and try to make some things happen while we have a friendly administration, to me, that's the most important next step.
Okay, we have our marching orders.
2 sentences.
Go ahead.
One, as Mike Waymeyer said, ultimately we're talking about self-determination, which is consistent with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which we have not ratified. Second sentence.
That was a long sentence.
Everything we're talking about here involves active citizenship, and ultimately, if done well, will strengthen our democracy.
Okay, thank you. You did well. Okay, next. Robert?
Consistency in the services that are provided to meet all the needs of all persons with disabilities.
Great. That was short and sweet and to the point. Go ahead.
Wow, am I the last one? Keeping the conversation going online for communities of practice, sharing resources together, and making sure we feel enthused and engaged and empowered to make sure that everyone is on board this effort together to be improving access to communication and technology for folks with cognitive disabilities. That's a short sentence there, and making sure that we keep cognizant about how this applies to employment, schools, community living, transition for youth and young adults, et cetera, that these issues we raised today cut across so many different aspects of folks' lives, and particularly in some cases for lifting folks out of poverty and other adverse situations. Technology has been very helpful for a lot of folks, as mentioned this morning, and we need to keep that momentum going, that technology continue to be something that can empower folks with cognitive disabilities, intellectual and developmental disabilities. Thanks.
So thank you so much, panel. I'm going to hand it over to Elaine, but before I do, I want to give a special thanks to Dr. Waymeyer, who I know I'm pronouncing your name wrong. But first, I want to thank you for pinch hitting this morning. But I do need to tell you that that there's a reason that Elaine is wearing orange, and I'm a Brooklynite. So I just have to mention that we are Mets fans. I'm sorry. I congratulate you on the game last night.
Dr. Waymeyer, I was going to say that you hit it out of the park today, but then I decided not to. In the park, like last night, right?
We'll take this outside. Thank you again.
Thank you, Karen.
Sure. Thank you.
Oh, I love these
round of applause.
Thank you, everybody, so much. Bear with me. I just want to do a few thanks, and I just want to do a little bit of an overview of today. I want to thank everybody first at the Commission who made this possible. Cheryl King, Susie Rosen-Singleton, Salita Griffiths, Chantel Vergil, everybody worked on the food, and of course Consumer Electronics Association on the refreshments, of course the chairman for his stirring remarks, and Allison Cutler and Karen and Greg. I also want to thank all the participants, everybody who was a panelist and the moderator. Thought everybody in the expo participants, everybody did such a fabulous job. I learned so much today. I'm sure the rest of you did as well. I wanted to thank everybody from the Disability Advisory Committee. I'm the designated federal officer for the Disability Advisory Committee. So many people from the Disability Advisory Committee worked on this. A lot of them were panelists today, and I really want to thank each and every one of you, especially Maggie Nygren, who held my hand through all of this. And I did want to thank Dr. Waymeyer for stepping in at the last minute and for his opening remarks, and for his graciousness about his team losing tonight. The first panel on communication technologies, we learned a lot about using mainstream technologies, the importance of simplicity of use, intuitiveness, and tolerance for error in technologies for all of us, not just for people with cognitive disabilities. The term cognitive design and designing products with cognitive design from the beginning. We learned about the importance of social media for people with cognitive disabilities and the impact of cognitive design not only on people with cognitive disabilities but on other populations and for all of us. We learned about the self-advocacy resources that are online, like yours, and what the wireless industry is doing to create and get the word out on accessible technologies. We learned about the Assistive Technology Act programs and their equipment and services. The second panel on emergency access, we learned all about what FEMA is doing, the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination. I think a lot of us didn't know about a lot of FEMA's programs. We learned about the importance of baking in accessibility from the beginning in making any emergency planning and having people with disabilities involved from the very beginning and integrated in the planning in a community. We learned about the importance of customized emergency plans for people, Smart 911 and that sort of thing. And the fact that people with cognitive disabilities might have other functional needs that should be considered and addressed during an emergency. Importantly, we learned about television and how television broadcasting of emergencies content is so important. It's so important for content to be accessible. For the captions, the duration of information on the screen, and the importance of prioritizing the information and just making it more understandable for all of us. That was an eye opener, and I liked those the visuals that were provided. On the third panel, we learned a lot about what some federal agencies and some other agencies are doing as far as funding and making sure that broadband and equipment is accessible to us. I learned about the U.S. Department of Education's programs, the National Institute on Disability and NIDLR. I got so used to saying NIDLR's programs and the work, the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Centers and other projects at NIDLR. Thankfully, we had someone from the Commission's Lifeline program because she was able to address all of that important programs, projects, and proposals to modernize that program, which are really exciting. And then finally, we learned about the ARCS Toolbox Search Program, which I used myself. I've used that myself, and it's a fabulous program. And the proposals for ARC for expanding that program. And then finally, we learned from the fourth panel, we just discussed about what can be done now, what the FCC has done or can do under the CVAA and the Communication Act with relay services and closed captions and other requirements that we're enforcing, our complaint procedures. We learned about the importance of web design for people with cognitive disabilities and the idea that content is, in fact, king. We learned about litigation to ensure web content accessibility. Litigation is always near and dear to my heart. I think that litigation by educated consumers is the way to enforce a lot of the goals, the policy goals that our government has. We learned about Canadian broadcast programs and their potential for really helping us out on our end. We learned today, I guess, really, that interacting with technology is not optional anymore. It's necessary, and that the best advancements in communications and telecommunications are mainstream, affordable technologies, not something specialized. And those things like smartphones and tablets have the most potential for really assisting people with cognitive disabilities. We are here to enforce the rules we already have in place, but we're also here to take what we've learned today and try to work with that to make our rules better, to make our enforcement better, and to make telecommunications for people with cognitive disabilities just easier and more affordable and something that will happen on a day-to-day basis. To do that, there's a couple things I want to do. I hope you all know that we have a website for this event. It's at FCC/events/Summit on Telecommunication Needs of People with Cognitive Disabilities. That's a long URL. To find it, I always just type in FCC Cognitive Disabilities and it comes up into Google. But I'm going to circulate an email around to all the panelists, make sure it's okay with them. But sometime next week, if it's okay, for those who it's okay with, I'm going to post their contact information online for you. So if you have any follow-up questions or anything, or you want to get back together, circle back together with those people, you can. I think that's a first step. I think it's important to stay connected because I think this was a really, really important summit, and that's one of the ways I think we can do that.
And I think that if any of you, we have to double check on this, but I think that if any of you have PowerPoints, I know that this group didn't, we asked for not using PowerPoints, but if any of you have PowerPoints that you'd like to share with us, we could probably post those, or any other materials. We'd have links. Links, etc. Before we close, I actually do want to give one more round of thanks to our outreach team. If you wouldn't mind standing up. Go ahead, stand up. These are the people that were taking the live questions, and also Salita back there. Salita, you want to stand up? She's all the way in the corner. And Jackie Ellington. Also, these are the people that helped put out the lunch, collect the live questions, and did a lot of the logistics around the room. I also want to mention Susie Rosen-Singleton, who I don't know whether her name was mentioned today, but it was good. Susie and Cheryl King both focus on emergency preparedness here and access issues. Susie's also working on real-time text. Cheryl, of course, helped coordinate this and obviously was one of the moderators of the panels. And, of course, Greg has been mentioned a number of times. And back there is Susan Kimmel. I mentioned complaints before. Susan, if you could raise your hand. She's the one to go to. She oversees the complaint team. Is there anybody else here from the Disability Office or any other FCC office? I don't think so. And thank you again to our interpreters. Rosaline. Is Rosaline here? Rosaline was here earlier. Rosaline helps with provides subject matter expertise on the requests for dispute assistance that I mentioned before, as well as rule drafting. So I just wanted to mention these people, and we're all listed. Actually, I don't think we are all listed on our website, but if you want to find out more about the Disability Rights Office, let us know. Is there somebody else here? And Robert McDowell is here. He's in the corner over there. And Robert McDowell actually is our call taker for calls that come in via American Sign Language. We have a video call taking portal so that people that use ASL do not have to go through a relay operator to reach us. If they have complaints and inquiries, they call directly. And and thank you. Susie asked that I mention Access Info. Really important. Access Info is an e-list that we maintain, a subscriber-based list where we send out updated information about our rules, notices, events. So those of you who are already on Access Info receive notice about this event. If you're not on Access Info, you should be, because we provide regular information about what we're doing here. All you need to do is to send an email to access, ACCESSINFO, all one word, at F as in federal, C as in communications, C as in commission, so at fcc.gov, and ask to subscribe. The email will go to Salita, who is sitting over there, and she is the one who pushes out these blurbs. So I really encourage you to get on this list and tell your friends and neighbors, because it's really vital. I mean, it provided all the updates for this event, for example. So thank you again for all being here, for your time, your effort, and as I said, this is only the beginning, to be continued. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Karen.
Sure, thank you. You're